everybody. This is an impromptu Mother's Day stream. I don't know what you ladies are up to. I'd love to hear all about your Mother's Day. And love to hear what you ladies are up to. I have had a great day so far. It's early in my day. My Mother's Day has been awesome. Trying to see if I can find the chat, and I'm not doing a good job of that yet. So I hope everybody's doing good. I think I have to reload. Having some internet issues today. Yay! Okay, I figured it out. So I hope you guys are doing good. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. So let me get myself together here. So I decided that I am going to make my own Mother's Day present. I got some cool stuff for my kids, but I just decided that I want to make myself, I've been wanting to make myself one of these for a long time. I'm going to make myself a tag book. I made one eons ago, gave it as a gift, and so now I'm going to make myself one. And I'm inspired to make my own gift by Phaedra. Did anybody get over to look at her live stream? Hey, Linda. So if you guys want to join and make along, let me open my chat up so I can see it bigger. And I gotta make myself, you guys can see my lovely messy craft desk, my lovely messy desk. So I decided I am gonna make myself a tag book. And for those of you that don't know what a tag book is, it's just it's like an altered book, and then you put some tags in it for journaling or for writing. And I decided I'm gonna make myself a gratitude book. I was talking to my oldest daughter. Hi ladies, tell me who's here. Happy Mother's Day. I want to hear what all of you ladies got for Mother's Day. So I can't wait to hear what you guys all got for your Mother's Day. I got a Martha Stewart scoreboard, and I didn't ask for anything, but I really needed it, and my partner, because I don't know, can you all measure and cut straight? I can't. I'm like the worst at measuring and cutting straight. So hey Dee, happy Mother's Day. So I just can't cut straight. I try, and it just doesn't work out. And so I needed a scoreboard for my flag book, and I don't even have it over here, so I can't even show it to you. I think it came out cute in the end. I did a couple of different flag books, but the one that I did live with you guys was the dog one, and I liked it. So I decided I'm going to make myself a tag journal. So basically, I'm going to take this book, I'm going to alter it. I was going to use this book. I love the cover of this book, but wait till you see the insides of it. It's a Japanese book, and so this is the front cover, and they open opposite. Theirs open opposite than what we do. So if I wanted to open it my way, and I love the cover, and it's an old, I don't know exactly what the book is, but wait, so this is why I just decided I'm not gonna. It's got beautiful, beautiful pages, but look at the illustrations, aren't they beautiful? And so I decided I'm not gonna use this I may use it in a future project, but I decided. You got texts from your boys, no goodies? Well, I told my kids I didn't want anything. My youngest one, she's 10, she made me 2 handmade cards, which are very sweet. And my older two girls, I said, I don't want anything. Actually, then this morning, my middle daughter kept everybody. I live in Hawaii, and it's a 7 day a week place. There is like no there's no day off here. Yeah, everybody comes here for vacation. So my middle daughter has to work. So she kept texting me. She's asked me for months what I want. I said nothing, but she kept bothering me today. So finally, I told her I want some glue. She did not find that funny, but you ladies would. So I decided I'm not. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I just break out and use this Japanese book and cut the illustrations out for later? Well, I thought what I would do first is I'll just make one and then I'll decide. I was gonna use this. I love this, but it's really big. And so my idea for this book was, and I like it because it's got some really old. It's a book. They were throwing these away at the used bookstore because I guess they're not worth anything. It is like an abridged volume of like classic stories, and this is 3 great novels of Robert Louis Stevenson. And I don't know what the date of it is. The papers are yellowed, and I loved that. But the book is a little large, so I was kind of like, I don't know. I wanted to do a project I could finish in one sitting. You got one Happy Mother's Day wish out of 4. I could cut the pictures into panels. Yes. Then flag them. I could. You're absolutely right, Dee. I could. Well, what I thought I'd do is I thought I would make one with you guys first, and then I'll decide if I'm gonna. And I like this grungy yellow book. This is not worth anything. It's not some precious book. So if you want to make a long, all you need to do is just get a novel. And it can be any kind. It doesn't have to be anything remotely special. You need some sort of way to punch holes, and you need a glue stick, and you can make. I purposefully made tags that were and these are all made out of. This is like painted paper covering a pasta box. And then some of these other tags are just book pages and magazine pages covering grocery bags. So I can journal on the back of the cards. And these are just like pages from a book that covering grocery bags and that sort of thing. Hey Rose, happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all of you ladies. So Rose, I just was telling everybody I decided I love handmade gifts. And I told my kids purposefully not to give me anything. One of them's getting ready to travel to live overseas, and she helps me in a lot of ways. And then I have a 10-year-old, and she did make me 2 cards. And then I have a 19-year-old, and she's working today. So she asked me, her making things just doesn't happen anymore. She'll commit to it, and I'll get it a year later, which is fine too. Hey Sherry, happy Mother's Day. So girls, I'm making myself a flag book. I decided I'm going to make my own. I've been wanting to I made one of these as a gift, I want to say, I don't know, a while ago. I made it for somebody for their birthday, and I really enjoyed making it. And then, you know how you make things and you let them go? Hey Sherry. And you don't think about it again, and then you're like, oh, that was such a good project. And then you didn't take any pictures, and this was pre my even thinking about possibly sharing my work with other people or my creative space or whatever. So it's going to be cool because all you need is a book, and you need some scissors, something to punch a hole, and you need some sort of fabric, or something to tie your pages together with. So, and then the tags are you could actually leave all the text. You could go back and paint over it if you wanted to. It's really about, the tags become the journaling part. Does that make sense? Well, it will when you guys see it. So, as I go along. So, I'm thinking I might leave the back part a little vacant to make my pockets. To make my, those little accordion pockets that I make in the back of books. I'm going to leave that blank, and I'll do that if I have time, but I think I'm going to go ahead and just start on my, and I may leave a few of the front pages blank. I'm gonna mark off a few of the front pages just because I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do with them yet. So tell me what you ladies all did today. Tell me what you're up to. So the idea is you're going to take this book and you're going to alter it to put tags into it, right? And the tags are going to live in the book. So we're going to do it a couple of different ways. The first way I'm going to do is I'm going to fold this page onto itself, and I'm going to make a pocket with it, glue it down, and then I'm going to tie it down with some fabric on the ends, and then my tags will fit in there. And then I'll show you some other variations. So I'm going to make myself a tag book. This would be a really fun way to send some really cool ephemera or things that they have to fit inside the book to somebody. And I'm just going to use a glue stick because that's what I have right here, but you could use wet glue if you wanted to. So tell me what you girls got for Mother's Day. Did anybody get something fabulous? I saw in one of my scrapbooking groups. I guess the newest, hottest thing right now is those cut and scans. And I thought about a million years ago getting myself one, and I haven't. So, do any of you guys have one of those cut and scans? I'm just looking for a piece of wax paper. Of course, I sit down and I don't have everything I need or want. and my little puppy here's my neighbors, so she's gonna decide to bark. I'm gonna use this throwaway thing. So tell me what you ladies got for Mother's Day. Everybody's doing those cut and scans, which I think are really great, but I'm not, I like my Big Shot, and honestly, I really don't need anything else. When I told my 19-year-old that I wanted glue, she was not remotely, she thought I was being, sarcastic, but I wasn't, and she was not impressed by that as a Mother's Day present, finding me glue. So tell me what you girls all are up to today. Tell me about your day. Hopefully you guys have had a great day. So this is going to be my first pocket. They're all not going to look the same. Now you can go back and cover them with paper afterwards. The only thing you want to do is make sure the next page that it's adhered to, that it's strong enough. Because if you wanted to make yourself some really fancy embellished tags, you know what I mean, like ones that have all kinds of cool embellishment on them, you want to be able to make sure that it's sturdy enough to hold them all. Your breakfast in bed, oh my gosh, that's awesome. Well, my partner had to work, so he got up super early. He did go grocery shopping, which for me is a gift. I don't know if you girls like to grocery shop. Personally, I don't like it. I guess maybe a million years ago there was some part of me that loved it, but honestly, fighting the crowds on a weekend to shop is not my idea of a good time. So I was grateful that he decided he would do some grocery shopping for me. I got over here without my credit card or anything, without any sort of a burnisher, so my back of my scissors are going to be used as that, just to make the glue go down. Now this is going to be my first tag page. Now what I'm going to do is, instead of gluing these down, this is the fun thing, let me just find some sort of fabric or some sort of ribbon. And you can use all kinds of like leftover stuff. Breakfast in bed sounds awesome. That would be awesome. I like breakfast in bed. I'm game for that. My oldest daughter did make me breakfast. She did. And it's not really late here, so you don't have to, it can be any colors or any, I was looking to see, I know I have a box of fabric scraps, but I couldn't find them before I sat down. And one of my friends sent me these, and they kind of go with the front cover, and not that it needs to go, but they're all going to be like little bits and pieces of flags that hang out of your book. What else did you say? I'm sorry, I'm missing it. So what kind of breakfast did he make you? What did he end up making you? I'm going to cut small strips. and just tear it. That's kind of cool if you have 100% natural fibered, 100% natural fibers in a fabric. So all I'm gonna do is this is a leather hole poking tool. Somebody gave it to me and I'll tell you I love it. I just couldn't find my hole punch. I don't know exactly where it is. So all I'm gonna do to keep my pockets together, now you could sew it together with thread, but I'm just gonna poke a hole through mine, and it goes through the front and the back, and I'm going to thread my fabric through and then tie it off at the top and bottom. Probably should have, if you use a regular hole punch, it'll be faster. And so tell me what has been on your crafty weekend. What have you girls done for your crafty weekend? I want to hear all about it. What have you girls done? I worked on what I'm gonna do on Friday's stream, which I'm super excited about. I tried to get the one that I made my daughter. Now, you know what? You don't have to be perfect with this, ladies, because you're gonna end up with a bunch of fabric hanging out on all sides of your book. Now, if you don't want the fabric bits and you'd rather just have string, just use like embroidery floss. So, I mean, that's like something super fun to use too. If you don't have any fabric, just embroidery floss. So, somebody asked me on our stream, on Friday's stream, if I would show you guys how to get a book. So, if you guys want to join on Friday, we're gonna take a book apart and get a couple of books, and then I thought I would show you guys how to make, and they're so easy and so fun to make. Make a altered book as an art journal, and you can make it for yourself or you can make it for a friend, and really all you need for that is a book. I put a list of stuff, and I'll relist it when I relist the stream for Friday. You just need a book and some glue and that sort of thing. Okay, girls, this is as simple as it gets. Okay, this is pocket one. Now I have all of these book page tags that I'm going to use, and I'm going to put some fabrics off the top of them. So as you can see, when you finish your book, it's going to have flags coming out. Oh, you made a textbook block into an accordion. Awesome, Rose. You're going to see when you finish this, it's going to you'll have lots of flags, and it's super fun. And all of these are like brown paper, as I showed you, or pasta boxes and stuff like that I've made into tags. Now some of them I'm going to do like this, and then I thought maybe some of them I'll do full on pages. So, and you are going to have to take some pages out of your book. Okay, I'm just letting you know. You're going to have to take a few pages out in between, which I probably should have done before I. Just if you want to have some space for your, if you want your tags to be able to have some goodies in them. Okay, does that make sense? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take a few of these. I have a razor blade over here somewhere. You started your first junk journal, Linda. Awesome. What are you making it out of? Do you have anything specific you're making it out of? Junk journaling is my favorite. You guys know that about me. I love my junk journaling. Give me a junk journal any day. Give me a junk journal any day. And I like mine made out of the odder the better in the supply category. I'm trying to tear this out without like tearing every page out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to razor this one out. And then I didn't bring a cutting mat with me. I just actually sat down to just make myself some crafts, and my daughter's like, why don't you see if your friends are on? I said, that is a good idea. I like impromptu things anyway. You're going to paint the journal with your fingers using gelatos. Oh, that'll be so fun. You're going to love that. Okay, so I've pulled 4 pages out. That should be good. I'm going to go ahead and I'm gonna glue this one in. Let me find some. I have some PVA glue. That's awesome. That'll be great. I love gelatos. I bought my first gelatos actually when I was visiting a friend in Colombia. She took me to an art store and I bought their brand of gelatos, which is, honestly, I don't have them in front of me. I don't even know if I saved the bag. If I save the box, I'll bring it on and show it to you. My luggage was so overweight that I couldn't, really. Now I may go back and cover my little pages with some pages that I've painted, some painted pages or painted paper. I may do that later. I haven't really decided. This is sort of how I work. I'm sort of like off the cuff, like figure it out as I go along. Probably would do better if I planned it all. Anyway, so I asked my daughter to bring that sketchbook over, but she was like, Mom, she just moved out of her apartment and she was like, Mom, I have no idea where it is. If I find it before your live stream, I'll lend it to you. So, but I know she's drawn a lot of stuff in it, so I have a feeling that it's really more about about the personal things that she's drawn in it, and less about. I think she just doesn't want anybody to see her drawing, which I respect that. So awesome. What kind of book are you working on? What did you make your junk journal out of? Like what kind of book? Let's see. Before I do that, I'm gonna tear out some more pages. What type of book was it? Just a regular hardbound book, or was it something else? I need something. Let me see. I need like a hard surface that I can cut that I can put between my book. Ah. Guys, I came over here and I have nothing. Let me see. Will you get me that one of those super thin cutting boards? I have a cutting mat. Do you guys have a self-healing cutting mat? But I took it. So we decided we're going to paint part of our house. And so most of my stuff is not available around me. And so it makes it a little hard. I don't have it all out here. So what are you working on, Dee? Tell me about your day. What did you do today? Tell me about what you are up to. Did you guys cook yourself big meals, or I decided I was not cooking, so I don't even know. Maybe we'll go out to eat later on. You know, the hard thing is when you live in a tourist area, the last thing you really want to do is be with a lot of people that, you know what I mean? It just gets like, because on a holiday like Mother's Day or New Year's Day, graduation's happening around here soon. Every place gets super, super, super crowded. So Rose, did you take the book block? Did you take the cover off your book and you're just making that into an accordion, or did you leave it in the book cover? When you made your book block, what did you do? Tell me who else is here. So tell me what's on your crafty wish list. Oh, I did have an I Love Lucy moment, so you guys want to laugh. So I was talking to Dee earlier. We were just chatting a minute, and I said, you and your hubby Dee went to the grocery store, the discount store, and bought yourself a new pencil set. Woohoo! And a coloring book. And a crock pot. That's awesome. You're trying to use your leftover gutted books. I have a ton of them too, Rose. You know what's fun though is that a lot of them I've jelly printed. I go back and I jelly print on tons of them. I make tags out of tons of them. I collage on with some. I mean, I do like various and sundry things. I was telling Dee, I was like sharing with her my day so far. I was like, I'm doing this and that and the other. I was just telling her. And I was telling her that I said, oh, I think I'm going to do an impromptu live stream because I want to work on my project. I want to like, I want to spend my day, if this day is about me, I want to spend it doing my crafting, right? I do something fun. So my partner decides he's working, okay, and in the middle of his work, gets he gets sent over to near where we live, and he's like, oh, I have to get gas in his work car and run some errands for work, and he's like, I'm gonna get a couple of things while I'm here at Costco, because it's a zoo here, especially on a holiday. So he's like, what do you want? So I just tell him a couple of things. He comes to bring all the stuff out back, and I was getting ready to sit down to do my stream, and he comes, and I go out to help him bring all the stuff in from the car. And of course, like, just like anything else, like when you shop at really big box stores, you end up, and especially here, you can't just get like one little thing there. It comes in multiple packages of everything. Do you guys know what I mean? You know how like they come in like big, huge, giant things? So I stick it, all the stuff, and then he's running back to work. Like, he's like, I'm going back to work, and I'm like, okay, cool. I'm just blocking off my few pages, and I'm going to cut them, and then I'll glue them all, and then we can do the fabricy part. Hey, Ash! Happy Mother's Day to you, too! So here we go. The old magazines, awesome. I'm going to read all this in a second before I lose my train of thought. So I put all the stuff in the fridge. I'm getting ready to start my stream. Da-da-da-da-da. And I push. He goes, oh, here's one more thing. And it's like some big block of cheese or something. I don't even know what it was. It was just something big. And I push it in the fridge, and our fridge door springs open. And an enormous Costco vat of margarine. Like the big, huge margarine. It's like bigger than this book margarine. Falls out of my refrigerator and hits the floor. So, you know what I was cleaning up. I was like, oh my God. I was like, seriously. Like, what is wrong with me? Why can't it just be super simple? Like, why does it have to be so I Love Lucy all the time? Okay? I love Lucy all the time. That is my life. I am Lucy. And I love her. It's just totally ridiculous. But that's what happened to me. So let me read what you guys wrote. Okay, so you're making it for, okay, you're painting your pages. Let's see. You're playing with silk and tie-dyeing pieces of silk. Oh my God, Sherry, I love that. One year I made everyone silk pajamas. Don't even ask me. Because I sew. I was a costume designer for a long time. And one year it got some silly bee in my bonnet that everybody needed silk pajamas. Please don't ask me why. Okay? It's ridiculous, but that's who I am. And I decided my 25-year-old daughter, who was like 4 at the time, should paint them all. Paint all of the silk pajamas. And I didn't just make them for like my husband and myself and my kid, my daughter at the time, because she was the only one I had. No, I had to make them like for my sister, my brother-in-law, my mother, I think I even made my father's son. I mean, ridiculous. So I love painting silk, though. It is very rewarding. Okay, you're making your journal out of All Magazine. You know what? They're really super fun to do, but I will tell you, not all magazine pages are alike. Can you girls give Linda some advice on your magazine pages? Yes, I am. I am. You know what I'm doing right now, though, Rose? Is like I tore them, and then I folded over the next page on them, and then I'm saving two because this is my back block, and then I'm cutting them. This book, when I was pulling them out, I should have showed you guys so you could have seen it. When I was pulling them out, it was catching on the page before it. So, I mean, I don't care because I'm going to glue it down, but what happens when that happens is it'll start pulling the page ahead of it. Those pajamas sound awesome. Can I tell you, in my youth, I was ridiculous, Ash. I was so ridiculous. If I told you half the stuff I made in my life, one year I decided, before Polar Fleece was really popular, like 20-something years ago, I decided I would make everyone polar fleece hats to their cut to fit their personality. Okay, and the polar fleece hats that I made were like my father-in-law. I made his. He loved to walk in the woods, like one of those old timey hats that has ear flaps. And this is all without like buckram or any. Buckram is like a heavy duty hat fabric. This is all without any of that. This was just anyway. I made ones with long ears. I was like polar fleeced. I did that. I've done pretty much. I've made just about everything I think that you can make. So I have the pajamas were the least of it. If I told you, I was up sewing. Okay, so on top of all that, what I didn't tell you about the silly pajamas was we lived in New York at the time, and we were going to visit my sister, which I can't remember where she lived. She didn't live near me, so I think she might have lived in California. Anyway, and her husband has a very big extended family. And so they all were there. And in our house, like, you can't really give presents without giving everybody. So I stayed up, I can't even tell you guys. So I took my machine with me because I flew to where my sister lived. And I think at the time she lived in California, she moves a lot. Her husband has one of those sort of careers where they get transferred every few years, you know? And so I took my sewing machine with me, which is not uncommon for me. Flew with my sewing machine and all of this fabric, and I was making pajamas even up until the middle of the night on Christmas Eve for all of these extended family members that we don't usually spend the holidays with. Okay, I think I'm going to glue these in, then I'm going to do some other style pages, and we'll just have a look at it and see how it comes out and see if we like it. It's just for me anyway, so it won't matter. So that is what I did. You guys, I have had the most, I've made, what's the most ridiculous things you guys have made? You don't even have enough silk except to make ribbons? Can I tell you something? If you go online, you can buy like yards of, oh my gosh, my head can't think of it right now. Sherry, you know what? I'll text you or email you if I can think of the name of it. It'll come to me, hopefully. I'm having a senior moment. You can buy yards of this silk. Oh gosh, what is it called? If I could Google it. My head can't think of it. Anyway, you use it, China silk. See, you guys, my head can't think. I don't know what's wrong with me. Called China silk. You can buy it in any color. And you can usually, if you go to a fabric store, a lot of times you can find it on a remnant rack. And if you look, you might even be able to get it wider than 45. You could get it like 60 inches or even 90 inches. And it's not, I don't exactly remember, it's a thinner silk than, I don't know, there's all different grades of silk, you know, like thread counts. But anyway, it's not going to be super expensive. So if you get your China silk and you buy it like in a shade of, you can buy it in white, but you can also buy it in like, they'll usually have things on sale of it at like in shades of gray or odd shades like that. They dye beautifully. Any natural fiber is going to hold dye. Now, if you want your fabric to be more vibrant in the color, add salt to your dye. I mean, I don't know what kind of dyes you're using, but if you add salt to your dye and then let it sit, it's going to come out really nice in a very vivid color. So the best way to set it, well, if you're going to do silk, what you need to do is first of all, heat set it. You know, like iron it. But what you're going to want to do is iron it between like 2 pieces of cotton fabric, because, you know, you just want to do that. So, you know, like between an ironing cloth. But ironing is the best way to heat set silk. I'm assuming, are you batiking it and stuff like that? Is that what you're doing? Okay, can you guys see? This is what I was telling you about. Can you see it? I don't know if you can see it, but when I was pulled up the page before it, this is when I decided to start cutting. You see how it's pulling up this page? Now, it's not going to matter because it's my particular book, but that's kind of good to know when you're altering books, that not all books are alike. Now, if I decide to go back, I may go back and just sew the pages in front, or I may decide to draw on them or do something or add some washi tape. But so when you are altering books, you know, test out and see what looks good in your and test out the pages, whether they pull out or whether they pull out easily or not. I didn't really even look at it. Honestly, I looked at the size of the book. So the best way to heat set dye is ironing. You can, in some fabrics, in some cases, you can put it in a dryer, but I don't necessarily recommend that. You know, not all dryers. You have to be careful when you do that with your fabrics. And it doesn't really even matter if it's straight, but I would like mine to be straight. And I don't even have a straight edge here in front of me. I'd like it to be kind of straight. Does that make sense? Let me see if I can. Let me see. GRY. Seeing if I can figure out how to make it as even as I can. Anyway, that's what I think, but what do I know? Just counting the letters just to make sure I can get it even. But that is the absolute best way to do it, is if you were going to, if you're going to make your, to heat set with an iron. You do have to be careful though, so definitely put some really thin ironing cloth between it. I don't know what kind of silk you bought, but also it should be fine with that. Let me see what I'm going to use now. Somebody gave me some really cool bits of fabric, so I'm like super excited. My friend Martha, she gave me some nice fabric. So tell me what you ladies are working on. I want to see, I want to hear. What are you going to do with your accordion, Rose? What are you gonna make with your accordion? I am definitely going to, I have book blocks and I keep them I have them all in like one space, in one area, and every now and then I go through and I used to have them all right next to me in my painting station. Now I just have a few. And I jelly print on them. Are you doing that too, Rose? Stuff with what you get from the 7 Continent swap. Oh, you're gonna make stuff with them for the 7 Continent swap? Oh, that's awesome. Good for you. That's a great idea. Okay, so if you guys make one of these books, I think you're gonna enjoy it, because you could do, the tags could be like, I'm planning on using mine as a gratitude journal. You know, writing all the stuff that I'm grateful for on them, or painting on them, and I've used some of the pages in here, like you can see, and I'll show you in a second. So isn't it going to be cool? There's going to be all these tags hanging out. Now, if I do the same sort of flags on the top of the book, so like look, some of these came from like gardening magazines, and these are book blocks book pages that I've jelly printed on from book blocks that I have. So I'm going to put these in there. And then I have some other ones. This one came from like a travel magazine. When I was traveling, I got those, and I like those. And I'm going to put also put, I don't know if I'm going to put tulle or what, but I'm going to put some sort of fabric bits hanging off the top too. So I'm going to do that as well. And I have all these kind of wild colored fabrics, so I'm going to use those. How far are you on your 7 Continent swap? Are you really diving into it? Are you doing maps, or what are you doing? So what's fun about this project is that, think about this. If you just, so right now I have, let's see, I have to glue down You could fill it up with tags. You could also use those kind of throwaway books that like nobody wants with them. I can go back and I can alter the top of the book, alter the front of the book as well, but I haven't done that. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know if I'm going to paint it or kind of like the grungy way it looks. Maybe I'll just decoupage over the grunge. I was thinking about making some paper flowers for it, but I haven't. This is my glue pad. I make envelopes from these things. Do you guys ever get these from your grocery store? I make envelopes and I fold them in a way so you see the go to jail is the flap. You're almost done with the first one? Awesome! I have to say, I probably misread it, but it was a little daunting to me, so I just was like, I can't add that one to my plate on top of everything else I'm doing. I just can't add it. I just can't add it. If you guys want to prepare for the live stream on Friday, get yourself a really, I'm going to do a thin book to begin with. You could use a thick one if you wanted. We're going to make sketchbooks. We're going to make altered sketchbooks, and I think you'll like the one I've made. I think it's coming out really cute. We're going to make altered sketchbooks. Let me put 2 holes in this one. We're going to make altered sketchbooks, and we're also going to gut books. Somebody on my Friday stream asked me if I would show them how to gut books, and I did. And I said, absolutely. I also finally got my Etsy store up, and it's going to be linked to my... So, I don't know, did any of you guys sell your work on Etsy? I have for a long time, and then I used to sell jewelry and jewelry components, and I sold some glass work. And then I kind of let it go by the wayside because, quite frankly, I'm just a one-person, like, even when I make jewelry, it's just me, and so there's no, you can't make really large quantities of things. So, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to measure I'm doing it, I should have had a ruler, but I didn't. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm measuring it by the letters. 1, 2, 3. And it doesn't have to be perfect. So anyway, I guess there's a big hubbub going on over at Etsy. I'm not so on it anymore, but I guess they changed, or they let go of their longtime CEO, and now they have somebody new, which is, change is always good. But he's changing all sorts of policies on there. So I guess there's sort of a hubbub about that. And in changing the policies on there, they're requiring you to sign up for their Etsy payments, which, I don't know, they've changed the whole thing now. And so I didn't sign up with I didn't renew my old shop. It just seemed stupid. Actually, it was my older daughter who said, Mom, it's like so silly to have 2 shops. So I just put up my Crafting Mamas one just a few days ago, and it doesn't have like a ton of stuff in it. I just have some grab bags and some stuff that I'm gonna de-stash and that sort of thing. But the grab bags, you see my work, so you'll see, like, you'll get all kinds of cool bits and pieces of things that I've collected in those grab bags. And I put up some tassels, but I am gonna put up, I don't know if I'll do it with this one, but what I did decide, because my daughter, she was like, so one of my kids is a minimalist, okay? So she thinks that I have too much of everything all the time. Like, her idea is to let go of, I should let go of everything all the time, which is fine. I mean, I get it. So she came up with this idea, and I actually think it's a wonderful idea. She said to me, Mom, what if, and I don't know if I'll do it with this project, but I will do it in the future. She's like, what if you got let go of the project that you made per every video? Like, what if every video that you made or every live stream that the projects that you worked on, once they're completed, obviously if it's not something, that you're going to keep for yourself, she said, what if you just let it go to somebody that watched? I said, oh, that's a great idea. She said, and then that way you won't have, I think she's trying to keep me from having my ridiculous amount of stuff, which I appreciate. I mean, I do. I appreciate them. I appreciate my kids very much in that way. So I don't think I'll do this one, but maybe the Friday's live stream one. After I finish that project, I mean, I'm not going to send you a half-made project. So after I finish the project, I will put it up on my Etsy shop. So if you go, and I'll list it after the video's aired. So if you go on there, if you have particularly like a project I'm working on, you can go on there and you can get it for yourself. How does that sound? Doesn't that sound fun? Then I won't have my, then maybe I won't be so behind in my KonMari method. Ah. It's so funny, as I was watching somebody else in one of the groups that I'm in, and she was like having a similar conversation with her family about her crafting supplies as well, which I thought was very funny because, I think we all have that. Our families all think that we're crazy, or a little bit crazy, So, now this is a great little project you could do with your napkins, your napkin decoupage. Like you could decoupage on the pages, and you could napkin decoupage on your pages, and then you can, fold them down like I am, tear them ahead of time, and then you could make your tags accordingly. Mine are sort of haphazard tags. My shop name is Crafting Mamas. I think it's called Crafting Mamas Studio. It'll be in the description box of all my videos. I think that was my daughter's way of doing an intervention on me. For you, once you start selling, it becomes work, and you begin not to enjoy it as much. I prefer just to gift your projects. I think that's a good idea too. Whatever works for you. It's not, okay, hear me clearly in this. This is not, I don't view it as like some sort of, I have to. It's a project I want to make and I'm enjoying. And it's just for me not to keep it anymore, And I'm in so many swaps anyway. I mean, I give away a lot of my stuff too. But it'll also like give me enough money to like buy glue and supplies like that. That's what my thought is. I am not looking at it as a business venture. I don't think it's a quick way to like make money or anything like that. That's not it at all. I think for my family it's a little hard for them because I've been a working artist my whole life. So for them, I was a studio jeweler and that's how I made my living forever. And so for them, I think they're just used to seeing me do like that sort of thing. Okay, what do you guys think so far? It's going to have lots of like frayed bits and edges. And I actually like the grungy yellow. Do you guys like the grungy yellow? I like the grungy yellow. I am liking the grungy yellow. And then I'm going to do some stuff off some things off the top of the book too. Kind of like your wedding bouquets. Dee's a florist, or she was. I don't know, she's an artist, but she was enjoying her life, I guess, as not having to be a florist, right? And then one of her kids is getting married, so she's delving into that exciting world of creating amazing floral bouquets for a loved one. So I will tell you guys my funny wedding ring story. So I've been a studio jeweler for a long time, and people bring you. It's like when I was a costume designer, people would bring me their clothes to altar. Has that ever happened to you guys? Like somebody finds out that you do something, and then suddenly, like, what? Suddenly I have such a mess on my desk. I'm sorry. It's just so ridiculous. Um, Somebody finds out that you do something, and then they suddenly, like, I remember when my oldest daughter was like in kindergarten. We lived in New York City. The receptionist at her school brought me her clothes to tailor. Okay, and so it was ridiculous. So anyway, you have to kind of say. And then when people find out you make jewelry, and I'm not talking about just beading some things on a string. I'm talking like proper metal smithing, like diamonds and gold and silver and platinum and that sort of thing. I would get every person I would meet, they would bring me like costume jewelry and to fix. And I was like trying to explain to them that base metal, like what most costume jewelry is made out of, it's not like a precious metal. You can't really solder it. It's not hand formed. All those types of jewelry are made. The components are machine made, so you can't really fix it. You can't really repair it. And honestly, I'm not a repair person. Even when I made jewelry on a regular basis, unless it was something I made, the last thing you want to do is get yourself involved in repairing somebody else's work. So people would bring me all sorts of ridiculous stuff to repair. So fast forward, one of my I can't even remember who, maybe anyway, one of my relatives decided they were going to get married. And how do you politely tell your family that you don't, as much as you love them, you don't really want to make their wedding ring or their engagement ring? And, it's like, also, if you don't have an understanding of making metal jewelry or making high-end metal jewelry, it takes a long time. It's not like a fast process, it takes a while, and on top of it, it is, it's expensive. And so they would send you, like, so they wanted this engagement ring. So I said, well, what's your budget? Now, of course, you know that everyone's budget is different, but, like, they wanted some, like, they showed me some picture in a magazine of, like, I don't know if I can't even remember. It would have been like, a Harry Winston style ring or something ridiculous, which of course is gorgeous, but the primary source of generally most of those types of pieces of jewelry are their high quality stones and, these huge diamonds. You're not going to get the same look from a tiny stone as you do from big diamonds. So, they like go and their budget is like, anyway, needless to say, I said, please, let me give you the name of a place where you can buy yourself the most amazing, and I'll give you my wholesale number, and you can buy yourself, because it's like the person that shows up at the hairdresser that says, they show you a fashion magazine picture and they say, I want to look just like this. And and in their mind, they think they're going to look like whoever the model is, right? And anyway, needless to say, I think I made and remade the ring like 3 times, and finally I just said, you know what? You guys have at finding someone else. I'll give you the name of somebody to make you a ring, and you enjoy that, because it just wasn't something I wanted to do. So I don't view this, Dee. My only part in bringing it up is I don't view this as like a money-making adventure. I view it as, I think my daughter's right in some ways, because I like the process of creating, and I definitely don't need to keep every single thing I've created. Yeah, well, but I think the difference is when it goes from work to fun is that I explained the florist life to a T. I think it's the same with everything. It was the same thing when I was a costume designer. People would bring me their most ridiculous things to fix. It didn't, for me, it was like, I don't think so. Okay, I may go back and make bigger flags. I think it might need more. I don't know. Let me get my pages all done, and then I'll decide. You don't have to have flags out of yours. You could just, you could tie it and cut it off, or you could sew it with some thread, and then you could make, because what my thought was, and I had this in my head, I wish I'd kept the one, or even taken a picture of the one that I made. I loved it. Why do I do that? Like, you make something, you fall in love with it, and then my idea was that it would have threads on both ends. Like, I may go back and make my, I don't know if I want them bigger or smaller, so you guys can see my process. See, so it's going to end up having like flags coming out of the whole book. Do you kind of get the idea? That's what maybe I'll even make fabric tags maybe I'll make fabric bits. They might need to be thicker. I don't know. So that's my crazy life. That is my crazy. That's just what happens to me. You think the flags are darling? Well, I just think it's just like, did I ever, wait, let me read this thing. Did I ever hear the saying, just like that, but different? Yes, of course. I'm sure that, look, I am sure there's some people out there that their handmade experiences are different than mine. At least you hope so, because otherwise you're like really not wishing them. You're really not wishing them well, because it's ridiculous. There are times, I have a million stories like that are so ridiculous. I can't imagine what you're going through, Dee, because in all honesty, I think that doing flowers for someone's wedding, even especially when it's someone you love, it especially because, let's face it, I look back on my wedding, the wedding I had, and my aunt actually made my flowers, and I was probably the easiest bride ever. I don't even remember. She just made roses. She was a florist, but at the time when I got married, I was living in Los Angeles, so you could go down to the flower market and you could get everything super cheap for herself. I didn't spend a lot on my wedding, but I know kids, it's like, if I had to do it all over again, I probably would have spent less than what I spent, but I didn't spend very much on my wedding, and everything was sort of handmade and that sort of thing. I don't think that, I guess I know that everything is a business, and everyone has to make their own living the way they do, but it just seems extreme when you think about how much money people spend on stuff like that compared to what you need to have and start and maintain a successful relationship. So I can't imagine what you're going through in that aspect, Diana. I don't know. You're a brave woman. That's all I can say. I don't know. I don't know. I think it would be difficult. And kids have it, think about it. You have a different understanding and idea of things you did when you were 20 than you do now, and you're however old you are. And, you hope most people. And when you look back on it, you think to yourself, most of the time it was for somebody else that you did it. Hey, Lynn, happy Mother's Day to you. What are you up to? We're just crafting away here. Hope you're crafting too. What'd you do? What did you guys do? What did you do over the weekend? We're making a flag book, a gratitude flag book. So that's what I'm making. And I decided to cut these pages, and I don't even have a good X-Acto knife. Okay, guys, I just have this like horrible blade here, but it's okay. So what I was telling you guys when I decided about this silly KonMari thing, which it's not silly, okay? For those of you that it works, and your mommy dearest, zero input. Oh God. Dee is working with her mother to make these flowers, right, Dee? And her mom is, let's just say her mom is challenging, right? Although today's Mother's Day, we should be grateful for all of our mothers, even if they're challenging. I would give anything to have my mother back, even for one more day. And I was thinking about her so lovingly today and laughing with my older daughter about the funniest things that my mother did. My mother was so funny and so eccentric. Can I tell you guys? My mother was the kind of person that she wore sequins, and my mother was so great. My mother was an artist as well. My mother was a very eccentric, very, very, very eccentric artist. I guess I'm eccentric too, but just in a different way. You know? Nobody gets to see my eccentricities except my family. But yeah. You worked in your garden today and counted your blessings. Awesome. You love your mother, but challenging doesn't even cover it. You know, I can totally understand. I can totally understand. I get it. My favorite thing about my kids, or one of my favorite things about my kids, is that they think I'm all this and all that, and then they go around somebody else's parent, and then they'll come home and they'll be like, Mom, I thought you were this way, but you really aren't. So it's very funny to see how your kids discover who you are. But I totally understand what you're saying, Dee. I definitely do. I had a very eccentric mom. She was not... My mother was amazing, but she was so eccentric. I will tell you, like, I remember this, okay. This is a funny story. All right? Tell me if my funny stories are too much for you guys. You can just be like, shut up. So I must have been in high school, okay? And my childhood best friend and we were probably 16 or 17. I don't even remember. We had to be about 16. And we had decided we were going to tell our parents that we were going to spend the night at each other's house, just like everybody else's, and we were going to go to a place. We lived in Texas in a tiny town, and we were going to go to see the Rocky Horror Picture Show at midnight. Okay, that was our big, like, we were going to sneak out, and we were going to go see the Rocky Horror Picture Show at midnight. And then we were going to go spend the night at my grandmother's. Now, so my girlfriend, she tells her dad, I'm going to go, and spend the night at Shelly's house. Which was nothing new. I mean, we did it every weekend, right? And he was going to, anyway. So I get home to tell my mother that I'm going to go spend the night at her house, right? I get home, and there is a note on the counter in my house that said, gone to Costa Rica, left you some money. There was money on she'd flown to Costa Rica, left me some money. Now, I didn't drive at this point, so I had to be under 16. The keys to the car, and it's got a full tank of gas, and your sister is staying with whomever, I don't remember, and I hope you have a wonderful time, and I'll see you on Tuesday. Love, Mom. I'm like... My mother was a dancer. She was a performer and an artist. And she would get, people would ask her, will you come perform for this or perform for that? And, at 15, and we used to travel with her everywhere. But, this was only a 4-day deal to Costa Rica, or wherever, she was going to. And so needless to say, my big, I'm going to sneak out and do all this was sort of overshadowed by the fact that my mother just was decided to go to Costa Rica and perform with a dancing troupe or whatever she was doing, and so there you go. Okay? That's my life. So needless to say, I didn't go to the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I didn't go and do anything like that, because I was it was what's the point? What's the fun of, sneaking out when you're not really sneaking out? It's like, anyway, I love the Rocky Horror Picture Show, but that was my exciting um, adventures in my life. Okay, is that the most ridiculous thing? But you get the idea. So can you guys get a little vision of how my life was? The other thing happened to me. Oh, this is another one. Oh, you guys. So it's Mother's Day. Let's just talk about our mothers. My mother's not here. I would love it. She's probably like laughing in heaven at my ridiculous stories of her. Okay, so this is another one. My mother. Anyway, my parents divorced when I was probably, oh, I don't know, freshman in high school, and that's a whole nother story. But both my parents have passed, so it doesn't really matter. My parents divorced when I was probably 14 or 15, 14. And my mother used to have a very successful dance company and that sort of thing. She had a very successful professional dancing company and traveled a lot. Anyway, I'm just trying to see where I want more flags. I could put them toward the end. I could fold my pages. Next time I fold my pages higher, I think. Anyway, so she decides that, she travels all the time anyway. So she decides, I go away around that age, must have been in the ninth grade. I go right away to I wanted to go to music camp. I was a musician, and so I went away to music camp, and it was for like a long time, like 6 weeks in the summer, 8 weeks in the summer. It was long, and I was about 14. And I came home and my mother had moved. Okay, I came home. I can't even remember at this time. I think one of my uncles picked me up from the airport, and he said, "We're gonna go see your grandmother," and which was not unheard of, And we went to see my grandmother, and then he goes, "Oh, by the way, your mother moved." So we moved. She moved our whole house. She just didn't bother to tell me. She got offered some job somewhere that she thought was a good thing, and she was going through her, whatever happens, during a divorce, like regathering herself, and she decided that it would be best if we moved. So that was it. So my life. You think somebody made a movie out of my life? I think so. Oh, I can't even tell you. You guys, I have like the most ridiculous stories. No regrets, just hilarity and ridiculousness and more ridiculousness and more hilarity. Okay? So, like, everybody has their own. Those are mine. Okay? So, yes. So, my life has been very eventful and full. So, throwing a whole vat of butter on the floor is probably nothing compared to how my life was. And neither is like crafting or whatever I do. I think it's probably mild compared to the stuff that I went, anyway. My daughter tells the same sort of funny stories about me. So she was telling somebody not too long ago a story about about me cooking food, and anyway, I've done all kinds of ridiculousness, you guys. So that is my life. That is just a little hint of my life and the kind of craziness that it has held. Saying that, you know what? It always made me feel really comforted because my mother was so outgoing and so like followed her dreams, and she was truly amazing. I never felt like I couldn't do anything. I always felt like anything that I could do or be anything that I could do, be, see, do anything. So that was always good. So this book is going to be what I was saying to you earlier about, all those really cool napkins that you get, if you decoupaged each page differently, it would be even better. I think I may go back and make my little bits wider. And maybe I'll finish it and then I'll, because I didn't totally tie them, but I do think I'm going to make my next flags. I'm going to graduate them so they end the whole book, if you know what I mean. So tell me some of your funny stories. Does anybody else have a crazy life like mine? It's not like that anymore. I mean, I guess if you ask my kids, they would say it's something similar. But they would say they never knew what to expect when they came home. Because I'm always doing and being and going. And I do travel a lot myself. I love to travel. It's one of my favorite things to do. I love to experience new things and new cultures and new people and new friends and that sort of thing. I love that too. So I think I might maybe I'll even add beads off my tags. I don't know. We'll see. What do you guys think so far? Is it too frilly? Anyway, do you think it's too frilly? And I'm loving this grunge. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll stencil or do some distress thing. Maybe I'll put a piece of fabric over the outside so that it doesn't say The Haunting of Holroyd Hill. But it was actually the size of the book. That was my big. All right. So let's see. How many more pages can I do? What I need to do now is I need to fold my pages. Let me see. Because I need my flags to be higher. So I need to fold my page. And that's what I'll do. Or I could cut it if I wanted, I guess. I could glue it and cut it. Anyway, you think it's adorable? Oh, good. I'm glad you like it, Ash. It'll be good when I finish. And then I'll like it a lot. Do you guys ever get like that? You're in the middle of making something, you're kind of iffy about it, but then when you're done with it, you're like, I really like that. Am I the only person that's like that? I'm going to glue these two pages together. And so does anybody have any new glue stick recommendations? Okay, I have to tell you, I'm a little over. I love Uhu glue, but the only way I can get it is if I order it online. Okay? And I went on Amazon the other day. That's why I told my daughter I wanted glue. She was like laughing at me. Because, and you know my thing about recycling glue, which Rose did an excellent job when she sent me my paper snippet, or I don't know what you want to call it. It's beautiful, like a prayer flag or prayer banner. And the bottom of it was weighted down with a glue stick. I was so emotional. I'm sorry, guys. I have to say, it was ridiculous. My daughter was like telling my partner, she was like, yes, and Mom cried. And then he was like, what? You cried? And she goes, yes, she cried live on YouTube. I'm like, oh, well. He's like, oh, well. He said, you were with your people. I said, I was, okay? You got it 3 books today. Your style is to cover, okay, let me see. You get it 3 books today, and my style is to cover the spine with pretty duct tape. I love that. I do have some, if you had pretty fabric, you would use that. You know, I agree. I do like to cover the spines with stuff. You know what else you can cover the spines with, Rose? I mean, I don't know if you're up for this, but if I can get the daughter that's like, away at college, she's the one that works and she goes to college. She's the one I made her book, and what I did was on the spine of the book is I took a piece of, I want to say it was tracing paper. I don't remember without seeing it, honestly. And I decoupaged a bunch of stuff on the tracing paper. I decoupaged, I think it was some colors, like map bits and different things like that. And I made sort of my own one-of-a-kind paper. And then, but it was on tracing paper. I just remember it being more pliable. So I might have done it on dryer sheets. I don't know without seeing it again. And I just used all little tiny scrap bits. And it came out really good, and I used that for the spine. Good for you getting 3 books. That's awesome. I started making, I don't know if anybody else wants to play along with me, but I started making my crafting bucket list. Does anybody have a crafting bucket list? You know? Like, I have started making my crafting bucket list. Like, if there's people that I wanted to take classes from, or things I've always wanted to do. So I've started making my crafting bucket list. And one of them is, in my early 20s, I took some book arts classes. And I made all kinds of things. In fact, I was asking, because I'm sure I gave them to one of my kids, but I told you one of them's a minimalist and the other one, well, let's just say they both have their own way of, they don't feel the need to keep things. So I did make a Coptic stitch book in my early 20s, and I loved it. And I would like to make another Coptic stitch book, but I have it in my head how I want to make it. So I don't know that, and I want to, it's like a bunch of different kind of cool things that I think I would like to do with my life, that I would like to do that I haven't done yet. Like that. Does anybody else have their bucket list? Hi, Renee! You're interested in a crafting bucket list? So I'm going to make mine on a, and happy birthday to Oliver, Renee. I saw his birthday pictures. He looks so sweet. You want to make botanical paper? Oh, I think that's awesome. I think that's a good idea. Okay, so there's a lady that I love. She's a collage artist. Her name is Crystal Neubauer, and I don't think she has, I think she only has a blog. Like, I've never seen her do any sort of, did he have a good birthday, Renee? I hope he did. He looked so sweet, and I saw the video that you put up with the little car. That is, like, so cute. I haven't seen those cars. Those cars are, like, super awesome. The one that he was playing with, I think that was just, like, awesome. Botanical paperwork would be fun. I agree with you. Anyway, Crystal Neubauer, she's an amazing collage artist. Very primitive, you'd have to go and check out her stuff. And she doesn't have a YouTube channel that I know of. But I will try to link her blog after this live stream, and you guys go look at her work, okay? I want to take a class with her. She does this class that she teaches called, I don't know if it's called Primitive Marking Tools or something like that, but it looks so amazing. It's like one of those things where, you know, she makes all sorts of marking tools out of anything, like sticks and twigs and leaves and that thing. I want to take a class with her. Like, she's on my crafting bucket list. I went to Australia many years ago, and I took a weaving class from this amazing Aboriginal lady who taught me. I took a net weaving class. Like, her family is like they pass it down from one generation to the next, and she was deaf on top of it. And honestly, I can't remember her name, but I would like to go back and take it, because I was only there for a short period of time, and it was one of those impromptu things where I didn't plan. It wasn't like a planned out thing. So I took a class from her. I'd like to go, if she's still alive. She was quite old then. I'd like to take a class with her. I don't know. I have like a bunch of stuff I want to do. Is she on Pinterest, Crystal Neubauer? I don't know. You know, I met, somebody introduced me to her, somebody when I lived in New York City introduced me to her work. They said that my collage work was similar to hers, and I never met her. So anyway, she looks like she teaches, somehow I got on her mailing list, and I see like what she teaches, but I don't, she could be on Pinterest. You know, I'm not the queen of Pinterest. Diana's the queen of Pinterest. She's sort of like turned me on to Pinterest. Just started pinning things for the first time in my life, like recently, thanks to Diana. And what's kind of fun is when you see your stuff on Pinterest. I see my stuff on Pinterest more than it's quite funny. At least I find it quite funny. And I appreciate it if somebody pins my stuff. I mean, I have no... You guys, I am in no way, shape, or form a crafting snob. I share whatever I know and do with anyone. You've seen someone post that they make their own mark. A lot of people make Neubauer. I don't. No, I don't know. Let me look at if I can look at my email, I can tell you. That might be how you spell it. You'll see her work. She just is primitive. Put it in Google. She's awesome, okay? I would like to go take a class from Ro Brunn, and I think she's in England or Australia. I want to take a class with her. There is a lady in Australia that I would like, no, New Zealand, that I would like to take a bookbinding class with, and I will tell you her name. It'll come to me in a minute. She does amazing things. I don't know. So those are on my bucket list. I mean, I don't know what's on your guys' bucket list. You guys hear all my bucket list stuff. What's on your bucket list? I want to hear what's on everybody else's bucket list. It might be how you spell it, Ash. I don't know how to spell her. I don't have it in front of me. I don't know. I'm terrible. I am not good. I used to be... You found one, but you can't post it here? Oh, okay. If you can find her blog, find her blog. She's got an amazing blog. I think she lives... Does anybody live in the Chicago area? You live in the Chicago area, Renee, right? She lives in the Chicago area. She lives somewhere over in the Chicago area. And she does, and if you look at her stuff, she does botanical stuff. She makes that's what reminded me of it. She makes marking tools from botanicals. You can't post the website in a chat. Okay. You know what I'll do is I'll post it when we finish our live stream, I'll post it in the comments. Anyway, I want to take a class with her. And her classes are not expensive. Not by the accounts of everyone's, that type of thing. Her classes are not expensive. I want to definitely take a class with her. I think it would be so fun. She teaches all sorts of collaging and painting techniques. And she's written some books, which I haven't gotten or anything. I probably should, but I was interested in her mark making class. She lives by you. I know, right? Isn't that awesome? Oh my gosh, Renee, if I get to take a class with her, we'll have to get together. My oldest daughter, the one that's moving to the Far East, she used to live in Chicago. She went to college there. And at the time when I was sort of obsessed with Crystal, not that obsessed, but I was seeing her all over the place after years of not seeing anything. I think she went through something I can't remember, if I remember correctly, she got Lyme's disease or something. I don't know, and she wasn't around for a while, but she's back. My daughter used to go to college, so I was thinking, I would go visit my daughter at college and go and take this mark making class, which I thought at the time, I was I love stuff like that. Don't you guys love stuff like that where you can make your own tools from nature? It just is right up my alley. Make my own tools from nature, and anyway, that's what I was thinking. I would be so, and we can walk barefoot together, okay, Renee? I was thinking about you today because I walk barefoot everywhere. They do make you drive with shoes on here, but you can wear slippers. I don't know if they can, I honestly don't know anymore, but I know for a while they used to ticket you. They would pull you over, and if you didn't have shoes, they would ticket you. But I don't know. At least here. I'm not saying they do that where you guys are, just where I am. Because if it's so lax here, people just, anyway. The funny thing is they've gotten these little nightclubs here. So when I first came to the Hawaiian Islands, to Maui, it was a million years ago. It was probably, oh my gosh, it was 30 something years ago that I remember. I was really young. I was probably like 18, 19, maybe even younger than that. I don't remember. Anyway, there used to be all kinds of nightlife. Then over the years, the nightlife ebbs and flows here. Like somebody will come and open a club, and it'll last. Oh, Crystal Newbauer's on Pinterest. Awesome. So look at her. Yes, but I can wear slippers. Yes, I do wear slippers. You know, that's what they call flip flops here. Slippers. They're called slippers. But I did wear my bedroom. I told you guys the story of my bedroom slippers. If I didn't, I'll tell you. You guys will be like, oh my god, she is so I Love Lucy. So they these nightclubs ebb and flow here. Like sometimes there'll be like a ton of like nightlife, and then sometimes there won't. There probably is more now that Uber's here, but you know nothing's too far away. But it's not. Let's just say you don't want to drive with any sort of any substance in your body. The winding roads, people drive off the cliffs here, so it's not. You know, let's be real about it. You know. So the funniest thing is my daughter's like, we were driving in the car, she's like, oh my gosh, she was laughing hysterically. I'm like, what's going on? She was like, so somebody came and opened a new club here, which is good for them, and they require in the advertisement on the radio they say no aloha wear, how do they, no board shorts or flip-flops or slippers. Well, they say flip-flops, but we know what they mean. No board shorts or slippers. So the thing is this. People don't dress up. You don't have the kind of clothes. Flip-flops are the ones dangerous. Okay. Yeah. Yes, flip-flops equals slippers. So when you see like on a Hawaiian, they have these little things that say, leave your slippers at the door or whatever. That they mean your flip-flops. Okay, what is it? No laws against driving barefoot, but police get creative about unsafe operations of a vehicle. Okay, Renee, then you're right. You know what? They don't. Here, it's all about the income and the commerce. I think they probably get money. They actually do get money for commission on tickets, for out seatbelt tickets. So back to the story. So now they're like advertising like no board shorts and slippers allowed at your, in this nightclub. And my daughter and I are like laughing because, you live in nobody has dress up clothes, and a lot of people don't have closed-toed shoes. If I didn't tell you guys the story about my daughter, my 10-year-old, she was like, the job that I used to have transferred me to Las Vegas for a short period of time, and she had to wear closed-toed shoes, and I don't know if she ever had one of closed-toed shoes, and she's 10, so it was like she was 8 then. She had to wear closed-toed shoes. She was crying all the time. She was like, my feet are squished, my feet are squished, my feet aren't happy. I mean, that was literally what I would hear from her on a daily basis. Her feet weren't happy. So let me tell you guys my bedroom slipper story, and you guys will know how I Love Lucy I am. It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess it's just who I am, ladies. So your blood gets, I don't know what happens to your body makeup when you live here, but your blood changes. The makeup of your body changes, and so it gets, I might go back and sew these. I don't know. I'm having all kinds of visions now that I've started it. So what was once like, I used to live in New York, and so the first few years I lived here, I wasn't cold, right? And I would see people like, and I lived on the side of the island where it was really hot. And I would see people all the time in like sweatshirts, and I would see them in socks with their flip-flops, or socks with their slippers. And I would laugh, right? So fast forward many years later, it gets cold here, and I live in a side of the island where it's cooler and it rains all the time, which I love, okay? I have a pair of bedroom slippers. I don't even know who bought them for me, but somebody gave them to me for Christmas or something, right? So I have this pair of bedroom slippers, and it's freezing this one particular morning, and we get up really early to go to school. School starts early here. And we get up early, and I'm not even thinking about it. I'm running around, and who knows, and if I get into the car, I'm not even thinking about it. I have to go into the school with my daughter, and I drive her to school, and I get out, and I get all the way inside the classroom, and I realize that I have on my crazy, fuzzy bedroom slippers. Like my crazy, and I didn't even notice it. Like, and thank God, like nobody said anything. And I just played it off as if that's what I intended to do. Okay, you guys, can you imagine? You would have been mortified to be walking into school with some big, huge, fuzzy slippers. Anyway, that's my life, you guys. My I Love Lucy life, that is my life. That is my life. Okay, what do you guys think so far? Now I'm going to write on my tags. My tags are going to be my gratitude tags. They are all made from, these are book pages, just like yours, Rose, that I've jelly printed on a piece of book page, and then I glued it onto, this is a pasta box, okay? These are glued onto, these are book pages. I thought they're cool graphics. They're like a travel magazine, and it had like from India or something, and all these like fancy colored bags, and I liked it. So I glued them onto the back of the paper bag, and I'm going to journal on the paper bag, you know, or write things I'm grateful for. Same here, magazine pages. These are from a botanical magazine that I cut up, and I'm going to use those. And I think I'm going to put flags off the tags too. I just don't know yet. I'm going to see how I get the book together, and then maybe I'll put some flags off the top too. So then there'll be like tags, there'll be like bits coming out this way and then bits coming out the other side. Wait, would you say I would be a vision? Wait, let me see. I wouldn't be. Okay, Ash is telling me that wouldn't bat an eye here in Portland. Keep Portland weird. You guys, I would never have done that. Oh, Diana got a good. Sherry, what you got, Diana? Diana got a good Mother's Day present, or a present just for herself. She got a big shot. She got herself a die cutting machine. I purposefully made these tags. You could make them without it. You know, all you need to do is just cut a straight, you know, cut a rectangle, and then just notch the ends, and then put a punch a hole. You know, so that's all you need to do. They're not I do have some fancier dies, and I love them. I love them. Lynn just writes, does anyone else here have a hard time throwing away any picture that they think they could use later? Lynn? Yes. Yes, Lynn. And I even don't throw away my book pages. I make stuff out of everything. What is this book? Hi, Dr. Mom. I am making a tag book, and I'm just altering. This is just a hardback book that I got for free from our local used bookstore. They often give away books when they can't sell them. So I'm actually, they start saving them for me. So I just picked the size of the book. You could pick a prettier book. You could cover the book. I like the grungy yellow. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I may stencil on top of it yet, but I'm making a gratitude tag book. So what I did was, I'm just taking pages, and what I did was I took one page and folded it over, took out 4 pages in between, and then I glued 2 pages together. And then I've just poked holes, and I've put little bits and pieces of fabric off the side. So that's the only thing holding it together is the fabric. And then I'm just going to put my tags in it. And I'm thinking I might put flags off my tags too. You know, put, little pieces of fabric. I don't know, I haven't decided yet. And then I'm just going to write everything I'm grateful for on those tags. And the tags are all made from recycled stuff. Like, these are all shopping bags, brown shopping bags. And pasta boxes on one side. I glued it to the side that had the writing on it. And then these are pasta boxes. I think I used pasta, and I used and something else. I can't tell you what it is. I don't know off the top of my head. So I used that. So that's what I did. That's what we're making. So tell us what's on your crafty table. New to you, great idea. Well, awesome. Just jump right in and do it. It's like, You just gotta jump in and not be afraid. Especially if it's a book you know is gonna end up in a landfill, which that's I think what they do. They just throw them away. This one didn't have a lot of pages. It had 137 pages. Your husband is fussing at you because you have so much. He keeps saying, I need something to do with some of it. I told him, this is Lynn saying, okay, Lynn is discussing why, should we keep all the things we have images on it or pictures they think they might use later. Your husband is fussing at you because you have so much, and he keeps saying, do I need something? He keeps saying, I need to do something with some of it. I told him I am, but I can only work so fast. You're gluing along with me. Awesome, Rose. Okay, Lynn. A couple things I do, and this may or may not help you. So, I try to glue. Let me see if I have any of it. I glued it earlier. Let me find them. I try to glue some of my. Sorry, this is my glue paper. Okay, so like here's my paper bag. I had a couple of paper bags that I just glued a whole bunch of stuff to. Okay, so you can kind of see it on this. But I glued. Okay, so I take the paper bag and I open. This was an Office Max bag. So I take the paper bag and it's huge, right? And I open it up and I glue down. Now, what I used on these was spray adhesive. If you're going to use spray adhesive, which I love, do it in a ventilated area and do it outside. Spray it. And don't spray it too close. And then I laid all my pages down and I rubbed them down. Now, generally, if you wanted to get them down really well, you'd use a brayer. Now, this isn't for everybody. I just happen to have some spray adhesive and I wanted to make a bunch of tags. So now all these pieces that that were spare were on the huge sheets, and I cut them out small. Then I ran them through my die cutting machine, and I'm using. Let me tell you what tag I'm using. And I like this tag die, but you could cut your own. This is a Tim Holtz Alterations called Tag and Tie, and it comes with like a bread tie and two little the little round bits on top, like the circles that go on top of your tag. I don't always use them. Sometimes I do. And I like this one. I have a couple of dies I like, but you don't even need a die. You could do these without a die. Okay? So I do that, and then I store these in a box. Like even if I don't get them all cut up, like I have. Look at all the look at all the pieces that I may or may not use. Right? Well, what's kind of cool is that if I decide to use them, I can. Now you can glue them with a glue stick. You could glue them with Mod Podge. You could do a lot of different stuff. But I just happen to have a bottle of spray adhesive. I don't know why. Well, somebody in my house must have been using it for something. So that's what I had for that. All these pages I'm ripping out, I jelly print on them, and I make all sorts of pockets with them. So I keep them. But I know at some point, especially for somebody that doesn't do the type of paper crafting that we do, it does look like a lot. Dr. Mom, what do you make? What do you make? What is your crafty creation? Okay, I don't have that many more pages to go, and I'm kind of excited. You're gluing along with me, Rose? Awesome. So, Dr. Mom, this is all I'm doing is I'm taking a page and I'm folding it down, and you can do the ones that I'm doing toward the end are a little higher. I may do a couple more a little higher so that my whole book has tags coming out of it. So I'm going to do this one full page, I think. And I'm using just a plain glue stick. We were talking about glues and different things like that. Hey, Jill. Great idea, Jill. Yeah, you're right. Make some flowish and pass it out. I do that too. I love that journaling form, and I'm grateful to Rosemary Morris. And for those of you that don't know what a flowish journal is, Google it on YouTube, and you'll see a bunch, or if you go to my channel, you'll see a bunch I've made. And then a group that sponsors a swap once a month, I think on the 15th of every month, but I'm not 100% sure. And she could change it, the group is Trashy Junk Journals, and it's Rosemary Morris, and she does, they swap flowish journals. My glue sticks are dying. So, and those are supply style journals, and they're super fun. That's a great way to share your supplies, and like maybe you have something, a whole lot of something somebody else doesn't have. The other thing, Lynn, is that you might want to take the time to make yourself some sort of folders or stuff to glue your stuff into, especially if it's images. If you wanted to take the time to do that, and then you wouldn't have big pages. I have mine in those clear Rubbermaid shoebox size. You can get them. They're probably super cheap where you guys are. They're not crazy expensive here, but yeah. So that's. You want to make a junk journal from an altered book cover. Awesome. Okay, so Dr. Mom, if you want to leave the pages in, okay, so there's a couple of ways that you can make a junk journal from an altered book. You can take the whole book apart, and you can just use the book cover, which I've done many times. Or you can leave the pages in, and you can take out, it just depends. Like, if you're going to heavily embellish it, I would say take out at least a third of the pages, unless you don't mind if it gets really wide, and opens up. But it's up to you. Start with a small book. Start with a really small book and try, and then work your way up to a bigger one. That's always, I find that the best. That's just me personally, but you can, there's no right or wrong in junk journaling, and that's what I love most about the whole junk journaling. Yes, I'm using a kitchen. I know somebody's going to say, what kind of mat is that? It's a kitchen cutting board, okay? One of those flat ones. I have somebody gave me a whole set of them, and I'm using them so I can cut up I have a small, self-healing mat, but I don't know where I put it. You keep trying to keep the garage door closed so it doesn't creep out. Oh my gosh, I love you, Ben. You're so funny. I make all of the above too, Lynn, and I totally understand. I totally, absolutely get it and understand. The only thing that I do let go of is I try to let go of stuff that I know that I'll get again really quickly or easily. The hard thing is when it's like a really cool book. Like, I've gotten some really amazing cool books, and that's hard because I'm only one person, and how much can you actually make with all of it? Right? So, that is hard. I will tell you, Dr. Mom, if you're going to paint on your pages, and you want to take a book apart, make sure the pages, like some pages don't hold paint well. Or, like if you're going to take your book apart and you're going to just alter the pages directly, like you're going to paint the pages that were in the book, you can spend all the time taking the book apart, and you can say, oh, this is great, and then you test your paint on it and it doesn't work well. So, my advice to you is fill the paper, and it's a trial and error type of thing, but fill the paper. I'm just tearing out some pages in the middle, and I'm not going to make it perfect. First of all, this razor's not great, and second of all, it's just going to be on the inside anyway, so nobody's going to see it or know it but me, and it's my book, so I may take my scissors and cut a little bit more about. This book I didn't test this book before I started, and when I started pulling the pages out, it did some funky, it started pulling out the page before it, so not all books are equal. There's lots of people that have different opinions. There's some people that think that you should only make a book out of pages, ones with sewn-in signatures, and then I've seen videos where people say, "Oh no, only make an altered book with glued-in signatures." I've done it with both. I think you can do it with anything. That's just my personal opinion. But take that for what it's worth. Get a couple of different ones and try. What are you guys saying? You're so funny. So I did get some filing cabinets, Lynn. Somebody gave me some big industrial sized filing cabinets. I'm going to put them in my garage. Because my crafting space is too small, I couldn't fit one in my space if I wanted to, even if I took all my crafting stuff out. It just doesn't have, I'd have to take out a bookcase or something, and I like the bookcase better. So, all I was going to say is that, book, this razor is scary. You know what? I'm not scared of it, but it's, you know what it is? I live in the tropics, so everything rusts. So it's just, it's actually not a bad razor. It's just, all metal rusts here. All of it. I make these metal, I haven't made them in a while, but one day I'll show you guys. I have them hanging all around my house. I make these recycled metal and glass, I call them glass curtains. You could they're just glass, they're just recycled glass fused together that it's just hanging off of recycled electrical wire. And sometimes I use steel bits, but honestly, I don't use them as much anymore because everything, even my copper, even when you treat it, it tarnishes almost immediately because of living and all my metalsmith. So that's really why, after a while you live here and you have really nice jewelry tools, they all rust. So you just let them go. I mean, you don't let the tools go, you just let the idea of the rust or whatever go. And I just sand it off, but it's it's a never-ending battle. I don't know where my mat knife is, okay? I had it, I don't know where I put it. I have no idea where I put it. It could be right here under I've got a bunch of, I was making a book yesterday. We're going to do an altered book on Friday if you want to come and join us on Friday. Friday's Hangouts, 3 o'clock Hawaii time, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to we're going to gut some books, so you could come if you're interested in learning how to gut a book. We're going to gut a bunch of different books, and then we're going to make out of just a really thin, get yourself one of those tiny thin books like a 1 Minute Money Manager or Who Moved My Cheese book. Get yourself something out of one of those. Get one of those books, and we are going to make an altered sketchbook. That's what we're going to make. So I don't know if that interests you, but it'll be fun. And what you need for that is you just need a book, and then you need whatever type of paper you want to use to draw on. So if you want to draw on used book pages, bring that. If you want to draw on ledger paper, bring that. If you want to draw on kids drawing paper, bring that. If you want to draw on, we're not going to actually draw in them, but we're going to use the pages inside the book for a future drawing book use. So that's all you need to do is just figure out what kind of, mine have just a bunch of different kinds of paper. I use all different kinds. I have graph paper, I have children's book, children's writing tablets, I have some tracing paper, I have some watercolor paper, I have a drawing tablet paper. Drawing, like watercolor paper, or drawing, like drawing paper, like to draw. Like all kinds of, I don't have any, like a sketch pad. Okay, is that better? Is my accent so bad that you guys can't understand me? I'm sorry. I do have a bit of an accent, or used to. Maybe sometimes I don't hear it, but other people do. So that is what we have. That's what I'm thinking about. What do you girls think? looking to see what colored flags I have left. Dr. Mom, it'll be up to you because I take out about a third of mine. But if I'm gonna do a heavy embellishment book, like if it's gonna be a book that has lots of glue ins, lots of things like that, then it'll be different. Does that make sense? If you're gonna glue a bunch of stuff, like if you're gonna heavily embellish the pages, like if every single page is gonna have like pockets and tags and that sort of thing, then depending upon how much you're going to work in your book, if you're going to glue a lot of stuff in your book to make it functional, then you may want to glue in you may want to take more pages out. Otherwise, what happens is your book gets alligator mouth. Do you know what I mean? It's like it gets big and fat. Does that make sense? What, Robin? Pretty much. Oh, awesome. You're scared of the word draw? Oh my gosh, you girls are too much. Well, I hope one of you guys makes one of these tag books. My daughter was making fun of me. She goes, "What are you going to make, a grata tag book?" I said, "Yes, I am. I'm making a grata tag book." So I hope you guys make one. And you can use any kind of fabric. The other thing, Rose, I want you to read what Dr. Mom just wrote, and I'm not going to comment. Thank you, Dr. Mom. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Anyway, you girls, I love you girls. You make me laugh. So I am going to, put my tags in and make my grata tag book, as my daughter so lovingly calls it, my grata tag. And I may make one with sewn pages. I mean, as I'm doing this, I'm thinking, why didn't I sew it? Like, why didn't I do a blanket stitch? Why didn't I do a blanket stitch? We're not laughing at you, Dr. Mom. We're laughing at Rose. Okay? We're laughing at me, and we're laughing at Rose. Okay? I'll let Rose tell you why we're laughing. Anyway. We're glad you're here with us. I hope you make along. I hope you find something and make along. Friday, if you guys want to join, bring your books. We're going to gut our books with a nice razor, Dr. Mom, with a nice razor. Rose just wrote, "Be careful, Dr. Mom, that you don't fall asleep listening to me." That is so true. Anyway. So if you want to join along, and we will have I have much better matte knives. That was a matte knife blade that I took out of my partner's big old matte knife, because he wanted a new shiny one, and it was still fine to cut with, and he was like, "But I want a new one." So I was like, "All right, whatever," so that I took it out, and I didn't want to throw it away. Rose has personal experience, Dr. Mom. Oh Lord, you guys. So I'm not even gonna cook dinner. I don't even you know what I might do? There's a place near where we live. The bad thing is this, that my partner is working this weekend, so we went out for Mother's Day dinner last week. We went and had sushi at my favorite sushi bar, and it was okay. It wasn't like it's normally amazing, but anyway, my experience was less than my experience wasn't as fun as it usually is there. And then a couple of days ago, when he was off, we all went and had, there's lots of really good food here on Maui, but in all honesty, it's really, really crazy expensive, and so we don't go out very often. So when we went out a few weeks ago for Mother's Day ahead of time, we went there because his mom told him that she wanted to get me something for Mother's Day, and so that was her Mother's Day present to me, was to take me out to dinner. And I appreciated it. And we went to the place, my favorite little place, and I told her it wasn't the best. I love going there, but everything's so expensive here that when your service is really not great, and service is not great here, you guys, by any means, not compared to mainland service. When your service isn't great, and when you really don't want to be spending the money, you know how that can ruin it for you. At least it does for me. Maybe it's just me. So I don't know what I'm gonna cook. So we went out for but that was like, I don't know, a week ago. Whenever he had a day off, and it was nice and everything, but it wasn't like, I don't know what I expected. I guess because I don't go out to eat much anymore, I expected something amazing. Does that make sense? I guess if you go out all the time, you're like, oh, that was fine. But if you don't go out very often, you're just like, maybe I have high expectations. A razor with a handle. Well, it was in a handle, but I took it out of the handle because he was going to let go of the blade, and the blade still cuts really well. At least it cuts paper, okay? He was going to let go of the blade because he wanted it to... Everything rusts here. I can tell you the blade was probably 2 weeks old. Like the other one that he had used to cut something with, it was probably 2 weeks old, but everything rusts here. Everything does. You would be surprised, girls. You move here and you let go of everything. And my nails, just so you know, my nails really aren't dirty. It's from I can't get it. It's from alcohol ink. I was alcohol inking some things, and have you guys used alcohol ink? It gets on everything. Hi, Pamela. You're new to all of this and you're loving listening and learning. Oh my gosh, and who knows what we're saying. I'm sorry. We're talking about my voice droning everyone into sleep, and my dining experience with bad service and all my ridiculousness. Well, welcome, Pamela. Welcome, all of you. We have a wonderful group of ladies, and everyone, go and check out their channels. A lot of the ladies here have amazing YouTube channels, and go and check them out. You guys feel free to shout out. Only pumice soap takes it off. Okay, so my hands were so blue yesterday that I used actually rubbing alcohol, and I got some of it out, but I can't get it out of my cuticles. And anyway, it's okay. I just have a meeting tomorrow, so I was trying to clean my hands so it wouldn't look so terrible. So welcome, and anybody that hasn't shouted out, please shout out and say hey and tell us about you. Tell us where you're from. Pamela says she's from Florida. I live in Hawaii. Guys, just shout out and tell each other where you live. Okay, so what do you guys think so far? It's getting more fringy. It's getting more raggy and more fringy. It still needs a bit more, but it's getting better. And I don't have that many more pages to go. I don't know if I made enough tags. I did bring my die cutting machine over here close to me so I could make a few more. I love Save Your Grocery Bags. They make amazing backs to tags. Like, especially, Lynn, you were talking about saving graphics. I think they make really good backs to tags. So that's just my personal preference, and they're not so thick, so you could actually take them to your sewing machine. After dyeing things, you use toothpaste. Oh, I'll have to try that too. All right, pumice soap and toothpaste. Hi Trish, you're from Oregon? Awesome. Well, welcome. Where in Oregon? Okay, the question is now, do I continue my tagging, which I might go ahead and just do the whole book. I can do the whole book a tag book. Or do I make my accordion in the back? But I guess I wouldn't really even need an accordion in the back. Any input? You're from Missouri. Hawaii sounds awesome. There are some really nice things about Hawaii, but it is also a little third world. I love San Diego, Jill. D is from Ohio. Mississippi. Awesome. Where in Mississippi, Linda? I'm originally from Texas. Beaverton, a suburb of Portland. Awesome. All right, girls. I think I'm gonna just tag book the whole thing. I could accordion it, but I think I've accordion. Have I accordioned so much? You guys are sick of my accordion. Keep going with the fabric fringes. Rose, you read my mind. I was telepathically saying, Rose, give me your input. I was seriously. I was like thinking, okay, Rose, tell me what would you do? And then yeah, I'm kind of liking the fringes too. I'm gonna do some more almost full page tag applications. So Ash, you live in Portland too? So my 19-year-old wants to live in Portland, so we'll see. She loves Portland. It is a small world. And then we have our friend Marcia, and she's from South Africa. And then occasionally we get some friends from England, and we have our friend Bridgeline that's from England or Scotland, which I can't remember. And it's kind of fun. You know, YouTube has really... What's amazing to me, and I don't know if you girls have experienced this, but I certainly have, and I'm just so grateful for the experience, is YouTube has allowed me as just a plain, person in the middle of nowhere to create such a community for myself and with all of you to craft and find my own zen. And I'm so grateful because otherwise I would have had to have found you, I'd have had to have gone to class or something. I don't know if anyone realizes the power of that, but I'm grateful for it. My desk is a huge mess, and I'm not a neat crafter. Have you watched some of these ladies who, their desks are, so neat? You guys, mine is what you see is what you get. And I work on it every day, all the time, and so it is, it's like a mess all the time. And then I, shuffle my mess around, and then I think it's awesome that you guys are neighbors. So, just so you know, what I'm taking out of my book is I'm taking 4 pages, I'm gluing 2, taking out 4, gluing 2, like that. So and the book is only, what did I tell you it was? 137 pages. So that probably is a third of my book as well. I'm grateful for it too, Ash. You know what? I'm not homebound, but I live in the middle of nowhere. And yes, it's beautiful here. But not a lot of people do I've met one lady here that crafts like me. But just like anything else, our lives get so busy that, and she just had a grandchild, and so her grandchild is her whole world, which I think is awesome. So I don't see her. We did get together and crafted once together, which we had a great time. That was fun. But I'm good on my own. Plus I kind of live in my own little world anyway. Are you feeling better lately, Ash? I hope so. And I'm sorry my razor blade's scaring you. I just if I can keep something and still use it and not have to throw it away based on the fact that, it's still usable, I totally do. Now, I'm not doing this perfect by any means. It's going to be covered in the inside of the pocket. And I wouldn't suggest, get a mat knife that has a handle. Those are better. I do have a couple of them. I just don't have them close by. Oh, baby food jars are awesome. Okay, I use baby food jars. In fact, I have one sitting here on my desk, right here. Look, it's sitting here on my crafting table for painting. I use baby food jars for all kinds of stuff. You know what else baby food jars are great for? Is great for like if you wanted to mix some paint or you wanted to mix some um, glue and mediums. If you want to dye your glue, like sometimes I put like you can make like little washes of glue, using like Mod Podge or even a white PVA glue, and just add your pigment to it. So that the glue dries clear, but the pigment will show up, so it gives it like a, you can antique faux finish some things with it, that sort of thing. Baby food jars are awesome. They are awesome. I enjoy them a lot. I use them. And I probably got mine from a friend too, because I don't have any babies. My babies are all grown. I don't have any babies. But it's awesome that you're offering. Well, I use them all the time. I am the queen of. I like baby food. I like anything that you can reuse, like anything glass you can reuse, and I try to recycle all my plastic. Although I will tell you, I do cut up some of my plastic containers for tags. Does anybody else do that? Does anybody else cut up their plastic containers for tags? And you can wrap washi tape around them. Anybody at all besides me? You live in a little town called Sturgia? Awesome. I don't even know where that is. You're doing okay? You went and visited? Oh, awesome, Ash. Ash went to visit her family. That's awesome. Okay, I can understand that. Sometimes, I can totally relate to like needing to recover after a visit. I went, oh gosh, I don't know. It's been a while. I went to Bali and I flew through China. And can I tell you, first of all, Bali from here, it's a million hours away. I live like the furthest point from anything in the middle of the ocean. And at least it feels that way to me. And I went for a work thing. It wasn't like this is when I was working for someone, and it was, I don't even know how long ago it was. Anyway, I was doing a freelance project for someone and I flew through China. Can I tell you the air quality in China was so bad. It was so awful. And it took me forever to recover from that trip. I very rarely get sick, like from something like that, but I got like some sort of upper respiratory thing from it. It was horrible. Wait, what are you guys writing? I'm missing it. You recently spent a lot of time from home and just really, I'm glad you're home from the hospital. That's awesome. I'm sorry you were sick. You have CF? Oh no, Trish. Wow. Well, I'm glad you're crafting, and I'm glad you're feeling good enough to craft. That's awesome. I'm glad you're feeling good enough to craft. That, I think sometimes crafting can see you through, like, it's for me, it's like a friend. It like gets you through some, it can get you through some rough times. Or it can get me through, I can just say it gets me through some rough times. Especially if I'm going through a really rough emotional time. Art, for me, tends to like really make it better. Does that make sense? For any of you any of you have that same experience where you just art your way through something, and it doesn't even have to be fabulous art. I mean, you're making art for yourself. It doesn't, like, don't judge your art, just enjoy it, That is a good idea, Lynn. I love baby food jars. I use them in all kinds of stuff. I use them in all kinds of stuff. I decided I'm going to poke a whole lot more holes in my last pages because 1, 2, 3, 4. Because it'll just give me more flags. I can go back and poke more in the other ones if I want, but has anybody gone to see any good movies? I'm like so behind on going to see any movies. Making art is better than taking. Yes, I agree with you. Wow, that's awesome. Yes, art is very therapeutic. I agree. I'm putting more I'm gonna have to cut up some more fabric. So you're saying, what? I'm missing all of it. Let me see what you're saying. So tell me about what kind of projects do you have on your crafty wish list, Trish? That's what we were all talking about. So I'm making my crafty bucket list. So that's why I was sharing with you guys Crystal Neubauer. I want to take that class with her. And if I get to take it, I'm going to go and visit Renee when I do. And I have that on my crafty bucket list. Shannon Green, if you guys don't know her, she's awesome. She's also a YouTube artist. She's going to do, so she lives in Arkansas, North Arkansas. And she is going to do some sort of classes soon. She may start really soon. So if anybody's near there, check her out. Like, she has a Facebook group called By Shannon Green, and check her out. She is going to be doing all kinds of stuff there too. So I think that's really awesome. I don't know. I have like all these. Does anybody else besides me, like, you get yourself like all these ideas of things that you want to make or want to do, and then you just haven't gotten around to do it ever? So I've decided that there's a few things that I would still like to learn how to do. Oh, you're hooked on Dee Dee? Oh my God. Dee Dee Willingham, I love her. Now, if she taught a class, I think you guys should go take it. She has live view streams, and I love her. If you guys don't know her, go look at her. She's making, for whoever's making a magazine journal, go and look at Dee Dee Willingham's magazine journals. She makes the bomb magazine journals. Go and look at, she does this reverse collage thing. Yes, I agree with you. Ash, I would love to take the Shannon Green, Rosemary Morris class. It would be awesome. I love Rosemary Morris too. So anyway, so I would definitely take a class of Dee Dee Willingham. Oh, that's really nice, Pam. Tell us about you. Tell us all about you. We would love to know. I would like to take that. I love Dee Dee Willingham. She's got such a great sense of humor. There's also another really wonderful for you. Let's see, for you it's not. But Sherry, you know what? You can just do it on YouTube, you know? Do it on YouTube. I mean, you don't need to go anywhere. I'm just saying, like, if I could. It's not that I will, but if I could. Okay, let's see. What did you write, Sherry? Sherry says, oh, yeah, I agree. I understand that, Sherry. I mean, you know what? That's why we're all hanging here making it. We're making our own stuff here. Trish says she's trying to use up her stash. Making little booklets. Awesome. How old are your grandkids, Trish? Dee Dee Willingham makes me laugh. I have to say, like, I don't always get to see her. I love to watch when she's live. Like, do you guys ever get to her live streams? I love to watch it when she's actually live. She makes me laugh. She has them on like 3 days a week, I think, right? Am I wrong? I know she does Monday, Wednesdays, or does she do Monday, Fridays? I can't remember. I think she does Monday, Wednesday. She might do Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So I think that it will be fun. She is like super fun. There's 11, 9, and 6. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Those are great ages. Well, I have grown children and I have a 10-year-old, Trish. So my oldest daughter told me when she was in her early 20s, she's 25 now, but she told me when she was like 20, I said, wait a while to have kids. And without missing a beat, she said, you had your own grandchild. She told me I had my own grandchild. That reminded me of that song. Remember that crazy song, I'm My Own Grandpa? That song? Does anybody know that song besides me? It was like, okay, thank you very much. I have had my own grand. Yeah, she is a streaming wonder, Trish. I agree with you. She really is. You have to realize for me that everything is so like if she's doing art in the morning or whatever, it would be like dark here where I am. You know what I mean? So I very rarely get to everything live. You know who else you guys might like? Who I really like, and she is really good. Is Carla. Her name is Caged Fish, and she does UStream on Tuesdays, but it also uploads to YouTube. And she has a Facebook group called Art Experiments, and she's awesome. She does all kinds of crazy glue books and um, collage books, and I really like her. I enjoy her too, and she's fun to make along with. Um, she's super fun to watch. I like to watch her too. Who was I gonna tell you guys? Who do I love watching? I like a bunch of different people. You know, the thing with me is that I love all sorts of different types of art. And so I love watching all kinds of different people. You guys tell me who you guys like to watch. I like all kinds of. I also like some of the ones that are in foreign languages. Do you guys ever watch those? Of course, you don't know what the hell they're saying, but but it's awesome watching them make things. Yes, I like Caged Fish. She's awesome. That Caged Fish is Carla. She's awesome. I like her. There's a lot of people that I love that I mean, I may not get to watch them all, but I like them a lot. I think I found, I don't know, there's so many fun YouTube people to watch. If I could get to my history, I could tell you who I watch. I don't know off the top of my head. There's, I'm not really are any of you guys scrapbookers, like real hard on scrapbookers? I'm not, I don't, you know what, honestly, I couldn't even get all their, like, I look at with wonder at their scrapping pages, and I can only imagine what kind of storage they have for their books, because if you put one picture on a page, can you imagine, like, you have books and books and books of books and books and books and books. I love Betsy Doodle too. I love her energy. She makes me laugh. I love her. There's lots of fun people that I like. I like a girl whose channel it used to be called Crystal Dragonfly, but now she calls it Crystal Arted Out. And I like her. If you guys haven't watched her, she's fun. Um, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of who my favorite. You know what? I go through phases of people that I watch. Do you guys do that too? Do you go through phases and you watch people and you go, I really love that, and then whatever reason? Tell me some of the other people you guys watch. I would love to know. Rose, I got some CDs. I'm gonna try and I actually have some of that copper tape because I do have made stained glass, and for a while I was making. I'll have to show it to you guys at some point I'm cleaning out my studio. I mean, really cleaning it out, like taking everything out, and we've been talking about redoing this kitchen. I don't know if we're gonna do it or not, but we've been talking about it. But in order for us to do it, I have to take everything out. You made a few scrapbooks, but you like junk journals. I like junk journals a lot too. I haven't watched Kathy Orta. I know people talk about her all the time, but I haven't watched her. Because honestly, I don't have any pictures to scrapbook. Is that terrible? I mean, I could... one of my daughters takes a lot of pictures, and she's... Oh, I love Jenny Belly. Yes, I've watched her. I haven't watched her in a long while, but I've watched her. I've watched her on, you sent me some alcohol paper to use for it. Which one was the alcohol paper? In my Flowish journal that you sent me, Rose? I'll have to make sure I go through it and don't use it for something else. I was just coveting it. It's on my nightstand. I was coveting it. I have all my stuff. I made my partner, like, look at all my stuff with me. He was like, why were you crying? And I showed him. Oh, I love Mary. Yes, I like her too. He wanted to know why I was crying. And so on YouTube, he goes, why were you crying on YouTube? And my daughter was like, she was really crying. She said, I was worrying that I was going to have to go and stop her stream because she was going to go for a full-on ball. So I have it sitting next to my nightstand. And he's a painter. He's a fine painter. He makes really crazy paintings. Oh, I like the Frugal Crafter, Lindsay. She's very funny. Oh my god. Oh, I know Nina too. I haven't seen her videos in a long time. Now you're talking about her, I should go and look. I saw whatever you sent me, Dee, from Jessica Sporn's Designs. You sent me something because you were talking about that tar paint or something, right? Am I wrong? You were talking about the tar paint. So I did watch whatever video you sent me with the tar paint, and that was from Jessica Sporn Designs. With that tar. I like obscure crafters too. Do you guys watch some obscure ones too? Ones that are not very popular, have very few views. I watched a lady the other day, and if I remember, I'll go through my history and I'll put her in my my description box. I can't remember her name, but I really loved what she was doing. So Jessica Sporn Designs has a YouTube, and it's a group of design women, right? Dee, it's not just one person. It's like it's a design team, or am I wrong? Am I thinking? Yeah, I support newbies too, Trish. I like the most obscure people. You know, and I also like people that, I love Ina Salisbury. Oh my gosh, I love her. I love her. She makes a book that I want to make. Maybe we'll make that one time together. She made this, I can't remember everything, but it was made out of file folders. I just have it in my head. I love her. And she's so nice. There's tons of techniques. I'll have to go back and look at it more. Honestly, I haven't I've been struggling with my own crafting mess lately, you guys. I have been struggling with my own. And I've been struggling with maybe going back to work full time. So that's where I'm at right now. Ina is a very nice person. I have commented on something. She made a book once, and I commented on her book, and and she wrote me the nicest like response. Yes. Oh, I love Nick the Booksmith too. I love her books. Her books are amazing, and it looks like she sells them faster than she makes them, which I think that's awesome because anybody that can make book arts. But in all honesty, okay, let's just talk about this. Okay, she makes amazing books, and I think she charges like $150 a book, which we're talking about. I'm talking about Nick the Booksmith, which I think is a very fair price for what she makes. But all that love and energy that goes into it, I can't even imagine like making only $150 on all that energy. I mean, they're just beautiful. Okay, what are you guys thinking so far? I got my rags going on. Now it's getting really raggy. Okay, what are you girls thinking? What do you think? What do we watch or do any shabby chic? I've done tons of shabby chic stuff. Oh, Pam Totino. I don't know her. I'll have to look up her. Maybe I. Her name sounds familiar. Oh, I love Stacey Evans too. Yes, I have to agree with you, Ash. I think Ina thinks out of the box. And I love her work and I love what she does. Okay, is this like too out there for you guys? It's like a fringe book. Okay, now I'm really gonna have to work on the cover. I mean, it's like it's out of control fringe. But look at all the cool pockets in it. Look at all the cool tag. I got pockets for tags for days. And if I journal on all of them, maybe I'll put some beads off the ends of my. I don't think I brought any beading stuff over here, but maybe I'll make some sort of things with beads off the ends of my tags so the beads hang off on this side. I love Stacey Evans. She is so real. Like, and I love her. I totally love her. She is awesome. I have to see Roxy Car 11. Okay, I'll have to watch that. Okay, Roxy, I better write this down because you know what? The chat does not stay. Let me ask one of my kids. Will you write down Roxy Car 11 and Pam Totino? Her name sounds familiar. I must have seen something by her. Did you say she's a Ustream artist? Maybe that's where I've seen her then. It's a crazy book, Robin. But can you imagine you could make this? You could make this shabby chic. Like you could totally. I mean, I like grungy, so mine's a grungy old cover, but you could make it shabby chic. Hey, Kat. Kat, you can don't have to be. You don't have to lurk. You can just jump on in. We welcome you and welcome you to my crazy life, my craziness, and I'm glad you're here with us. Okay, so what are you writing now? Let's see. Hey, you know what? I understand about anxiety. I get it too. So I totally. Pam's on YouTube also. Okay, I'll have to watch her. Tell me some other. Thanks for thinking it's a cute book, and thanks for liking it, Kat. And we're glad you're here with us. Okay, Pam creates. What are you writing to me? Okay, I saw Hidden Figures. I want to see that movie. Oh my god, I have to see that movie. Yes, one of my kids saw it and said it was great. I've seen her from you. Okay, then I've seen her, Diana. You know what? You're like, you sent, Diana sends me, she's awesome. She sends me, like, she sees something cool and she sends it to me and I love it. So then I've seen her. So Pam Totino and Ina Salisbury live near each other in Colorado. Awesome. I think Shimmy Dixon is awesome too. And I think she lives near, I think I've seen a video with Ina and Shimmy once. And I like her work too. So they must all live near each other. I love shabby chic. We can make a shabby chic book if you guys want to make a shabby chic book. I'm all game for that. I'll work on a couple. You guys, I have a box of stuff I've made. I'll have to show it to you one time. I'll have to like pull it all out and show you my ridiculousness. That's why my daughter says I need to let it go because I have so much of it. She says I make so many things and then and then I just put it in a box or put it on a bookshelf or whatever. Okay, I have a little bit more to go and these are going to look great with my jelly printed tags and my other odd bits and tags. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. It is a little grungy. I have to figure out something to do on the cover. I don't know yet what. I was thinking when I first saw it I might stencil on it, but I don't know. And I might want to glue some painted papers inside. Okay, so you're writing, Kat, we're happy you're here, and you just like jump on in. And oh, I like Marta too. Are any of you in her Facebook group? She's got a great Facebook group. I don't know the name of it, but it's awesome. I see cool stuff on that. Kat, we're happy you're here with us. Okay, you can just join my I Love Lucy craziness anytime. I'm I Love Lucy, trust me. I am like, I would love a group of crafting supporters like that. Pam, Ina, and Shimmy all live near each other and they support each other. I love that. I like her. She's very creative. I like her. I haven't seen a ton of her videos, but I've seen like, I think the first one I watched now, and she probably, there's one of you guys is probably going to pipe up and say there's like 50 named that. So, you know, I don't know everybody's, all their videos, but I like the one that she did something like a journal page on the cheap or something like that, or on a dime or on a budget or something like that. And it was all white and she made it with like trash and I loved it. Did you guys watch that? Marta's who I'm talking about. I like her too. I just like her. And you guys should check Rosemary Morris's channel out if you haven't checked her out. I love her. She makes all kinds of stuff out of trash and I love that. Oh gosh, there was somebody I was like, I should remember to tell them about this lady. She doesn't have, I think she only, when I viewed, I'll have to put it in the description box because I can't remember because I'll have to go back through my history and look. She only had very few views and very few subscribers when I looked, and it was a few days ago, and I was like, I'm going to tell them about her. She's awesome. Creative Heart Studios. Aww. I love that name, Creative Heart Studios. I love that. That's awesome. You know who else I love? And I'm not a scrapbooker, but I love her personality, is Adele from Inky Quill. Do you guys ever watch her? She did a live stream the other day. It was like 15 hours or something like, and she just had a baby too. I mean, she's amazing. She lives in, I think she lives in Australia. I watched her. I love her. I love her personality, and I liked all the stuff she did. Made me want to scrapbook, and I had to say, oh no, I'll just journal along while she scraps. I'm drinking my English tea for all of you that like English tea. Oh my god, I love Scrappin' Lizzie. Oh my god, I love her. Her name is Elizabeth Brewer. I love her. I Facebook friended her. Okay? I never Facebook friend people because I don't know anybody really, you know. But I Facebook friended her. You know what? I would so want to go hang out with her. I agree, Rose. Scrappin' Lizzie. Yes, I love her. Totally. I totally fangirl her. I would totally fangirl her. Kat, who would you fangirl? Is there anybody you'd fangirl? Know what I love about Scrappin' Lizzie is in the middle of her video, her phone will ring and she'll answer it and talk on her phone. I love that. Okay? I love her. I would so be her scrapbook friend. And I don't even scrapbook. I'm telling you, if you watched Adele from Inky Quill, you'd be scrapbooking too. Okay? You'd be like, you're a retired graphic artist, Pam? Awesome. My daughter's a graphic artist. You've crafted your whole life? Yeah, me too. You just got into watching YouTube and craft with two of your granddaughters. How old are your granddaughters, Pam? Total Nazi. Oh yes, I know who you mean. It's I just subscribed to her. Oh my gosh, Amity Bloom. I like her. Oh, she's so sweet, Kat. I agree. I like her, I like her energy. She's like so sweet. She did like some giveaway the other day. It was so sweet. I was so moved by her giveaway. I don't remember all the stuff she did, but it was very sweet. Adele makes you laugh. I know, right? She makes me want to scrapbook, and I don't scrapbook. I Yes, Amity Bloom. I love her. Yes, and Adele. It makes me want to scrapbook too, and I don't scrapbook. Okay, you guys got me talking so much I didn't even tear out my pages, but oh well, I won't tear them out on this one. Maybe I'll do an opposite one. Maybe I'll do an opposite tag side. Maybe I'll do the page. That's what I'll do. That is what I'll do. I'll do an opposite tag. Do an opposite page. I'm going to tear them out this direction. Amity Bloom. Oops, yeah. Wait, check out. Oh, I love Eileen McGinnis. And I like Secret Soto. I do. You know my favorite Secret Soto video, you guys? And I actually started making one, and I talked with her, and I told her, but I haven't worked on it since. She is making this floral rug. It's a rug made out of flowers, fabric flowers. And I thought, oh my gosh, at the point in time that she made this video or that I saw it, I was making, remember I told you guys I made that silly, oh my gosh, what's it called? Oh my gosh, the snippet roll. And I was making all these handmade, ridiculous fabric flowers out of the snippet roll. And so I saw that video and I said, oh, I have to, and I don't comment on everyone's videos, but I went through and I commented it, and then she emailed me or texted me back, whatever, and we were talking for, I had a brief exchange, and she was like, let's do a collaboration. Well, I haven't done my flowers in a while, but she's making a flower rug, and it is awesome. It is so awesome. Can I tell you, it is like one of the flower rug is like, it's like amazing, okay? Yes, she's so creative. Secret Soto, I love her. That is so funny. What are you writing, Ash? Lynn, keep opening new tabs in the Google search with artists you haven't heard of. You know what? There's so many cool people. Can I tell you, I love this medium of YouTube because you can really see and meet people. Like, how would we ever know Scrap and Lizzie otherwise? And I think she is the bomb, okay? I love her. How would we ever know Scrap and Lizzie otherwise? Let's see, how many pages do I have on this side? Let's see how. She is so awesome. Maybe I'll open it for 5 so I can go back the other direction. Anyway, I'm going to go back the other direction with this. Oh, what are you guys writing? I'm missing it all. Okay, let's see. You know what? I would love it. You girls keep me in the loop of all these artists. I love watching them. There's so many people that I love, though. Can I tell you, it's like ridiculous. YouTube for me sometimes it's like Pinterest, you know. But what did somebody say the other day about Pinterest that was so funny? It was like she was telling me she was feeling bad, and then she got sucked into the vortex of Pinterest. She got sucked into the vortex. I've learned so much from YouTube too. Are you kidding? Can I tell you guys? I'll tell you guys a really funny YouTube story. So, my partner got a car. Okay, he bought a. When you live in Maui, you don't buy new cars. Okay, see how the rust gets on my. See how the rust deals with my my razor blade. You can imagine what it does on a car. The ocean air doesn't. So he got himself a car. Okay, this is so funny, guys. So see, I'm I Love Lucy, and he is too. He just doesn't know it. Okay. So he bought himself a car. Okay, and it was some sort of Mazda. And you guys, I'm not a car snob. I don't know anything about cars, so I'm just telling you. He bought himself this Mazda, and it's like a little sports car or whatever, and it's a used one, and he got it from a friend. Okay, so are we ready? And he clicked the electronic button on the door lock, and the car locked him out. Completely locked him out. His keys wouldn't work anymore. The car locked him out. He was locked out of his car. He could not get in and out of his car, and he was at work. And thank God he left one of the windows down because he had to climb in because he had to he had to climb into the window to get into the car. Okay, so the only reason why I'm telling you this is because he figured out how to undo his car off of YouTube. He figured out how to fix it. Okay, but can you imagine? A guy in a sports car gets locked out of his car. He left his windows down, and my life. Oh my God. Bohemian crafting needs noted. Bohemian crafting, okay? D, I hope you're taking good notes and you can share with me later because I can't take notes and craft at the same time. Okay? Cannot take notes and craft at the same time. Pinterest is a black hole. Okay, no, but my friend, what did she tell me? It was so funny. It was like, she wrote me like some note, like, she was in a really foul mood and she asked me what I was doing. And at the time, I was actually looking on I was actually pinning something on Pinterest. I was pinning and I was telling her I was on Pinterest. She was like, I don't really do Pinterest. And I'm like, oh, you should do Pinterest. And then the next thing you know, she like writes me some like message. I said, so what are you doing? She says, I've been sucked into the black hole of Pinterest. Just blaming me for being sucked into the black hole of Pinterest. I was like, it is not my fault that you were sucked into the black hole of Pinterest. So Diana is the reason I'm sucked into the black hole of Pinterest. Okay, I was mildly Pinteresting, but only when when I was mildly Pinteresting, is somebody would like text me and say, oh, I shared your thing on Pinterest. And I was like, oh, that's cool, right? Not after meeting Diana, I'm Pinteresting, okay? I am totally Pinteresting. I am totally Pinteresting. Is anyone else going to make one of these ridiculous tag books with me? With bits? YouTube does have everything, but do you laugh so hard that I had to laugh at him? I was like, what is he doing? And he came home. He had to tell me he got himself locked out of it. And the other thing is he was on the other side of the island, you guys. Oh my God. So then after that, oh my God. See my life? See, he's I Love Lucy too. So then after that, he didn't roll his window up anymore. He left his window down even in the rain. I love Elizabeth Brewer. You have to watch her. She is so sweet. She is so sweet. She makes some really cool stuff. She shared in one of the Facebook groups I'm in, she shared some, I think it was envelopes she made, or maybe, you know what, I can't remember. I think it was envelopes. They were awesome. I really liked them a lot. She is a lot of fun. And I love that. Oh gosh. What did you say? Yes, you think you have to go? You're gonna have a go at one. Oh my gosh, it's so easy. You can do this, cat. This is not, and you can do. You could probably make yours prettier than mine. I wasn't really planning. Okay, so this was my day. So one of my daughters is working. Both of my daughters are actually working today. My older daughters and my 10-year-old. She's playing with her friends, and because I was, I could spend my whole day like doing chores and stuff like that, but what I really wanted to do, you're making a book like me, Ash, awesome. But what I really wanted to do was hang out with you guys for Mother's Day. Like, I am enjoying this so much. I'm so grateful. It's like I feel like you're all here with me, and I'm getting to craft and make what I love, and I love crafting Vicky. Oh my gosh, crafting Vicky. How can we forget about crafting Vicky? She's awesome. She's in Canada. I love her voice. You have to try one, Trish. It's fun. I mean, and the fun thing is that you could do this with your grandkids. This is like such a grandkid thing, especially if you got those those really small books. Like this one had 100-something pages. This is like nothing. You could make one and then make them tags, and they could cut up grocery bags as tags. It's fun. That'd be so fun. Pinterest is electronic hoarding. Oh, perfect. Pinterest is electronic hoarding. Yes, Diana, you are right. Pinterest is electronic hoarding. Journal Artista. I don't know if I know Journal Artista. What's Journal Artista's name? Maybe I know Journal Artista from her name. Or is it a man? Oh my gosh. You guys make me laugh. So, I wanted to spend my Mother's Day doing something I enjoyed, and I'm enjoying hanging with you girls. Yes, Kat, it is the truth. Electronic hoarding. Oh my god, you are so bright. Diana, you are ridiculously funny. That is so true. Electronic hoarding. Brilliant. 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 You know what I said to Diana one day? I said, you know what? When YouTube figures out how to do IMing, like where you can really just instant message each other all the time, kind of like Facebook, Facebook will become obsolete. Because honestly, I only go on there just to like talk to people like Diana. Yeah, Pinterest is quicksand. You're absolutely right. Electronic hoarding without guilt. Yes, perfect. Okay, Journal Artista is Canadian. Okay, well I'll have to look for her too. I'm loving all. I hope somebody's taking notes for all these people because I will definitely check them all out. Paula Phillips. I don't know her. I met. Hopefully, maybe I've seen something she's done. There's. I wish I could show you. I wish I could show you my. If I wish I could look at my history on YouTube, and I would tell you this mixed media artist that I'm in love with. I love her. She does these. She paints all day long. You know who I really. You know who I like. You guys. I think her name is. Cat. No. Oh my gosh, what's her name? You wrote the word cat, and then I saw a cat. Carol Martine. I think you spell it Martine. Go and look at her painting. It is amazing. She paints on just book pages, and I love her. Love her. So love her. And I don't know how I found her. And I think it's I'll put her I'll put her Skylar, can you come into my chat and delete this person? There's a spammer. I don't know how to do it. Let me see. Let me see if I can see. Sorry guys. We just have a spammer. We have a troll. You gotta watch out. Sometimes you get some trolls in there. I was on Stacey Evans' live stream one day, and she got she had somebody that started cursing on her thing. I'll have to look at I'm a Cool Mom. I don't know her either. You guys are telling me all kinds of people I don't. Oh, I love Marguerite Miller. I love her. I agree. I think you turned me on to her, Diana. She does a lot of stuff with stamps. I remember that. Some postage stamps. I like her too. Go look up at Carol Martine. You'll like her. She does beautiful collaging and painting on journals in used books. So I love that, I love all that. Thank you guys so much for supporting all these wonderful people. I'm gonna have to look up some of these people you're telling me. Then YouTube is gonna be. You did a supply swap with Marguerite. Oh, her journals are so beautiful. I just love her journals. They're so beautiful. You know what? She has really beautiful supplies. I love like those postage stamps and stuff that she collects. Those are awesome. I think that's awesome. You ladies make me laugh. Oh my goodness. Who was on here earlier? Dr. Mom, I don't know if you're still around, but I wanted to say, see, like, you can tell I've taken some stuff out, but because I'm tying knots in mine, but it kind of gives you an idea of how fat your book can become. So it is a good idea to take out, more than you think you need to on your, when you're making altered books. I mean, these are fat because of the knots, but if I added a bunch of stuff, oh, she sent you a bunch of postage stamps. Yes, I love Diane Faco. I love her. I like her a lot. Although I haven't seen her make anything in a while. I don't know Tiffany. I don't know those people that you're mentioning. Yes, I've seen Joanna's journals. She makes cool journals too. I like her journals too. Mrs. Cog. I don't know Mrs. Cog. What kind of work does she do, Rose? Is it cool? I mean, like, tell me about her. I'm sure it must be cool if you're telling me. I think that's awesome. Can you guys hear my birds? Racco 113. I'll have to look her up too. From the Netherlands. Oh, I'm gonna have to look up her too. I hope somebody's making a list of handmade books. Okay, I'll have to watch Mrs. Cog. I love any handmade books. Hey, Donna. We're just talking about YouTube artists that we love or who's inspiring. Okay, who's writing all this down? Diana, are you writing down these? I'll have to message you, Rose, to get some of these things because I won't remember. Welcome, Donna. You sent me Mrs. Cog? Okay, if you send it to me, then I must have it. I don't know if I watched it. But if you send it to me, I have it in my message. I'll have it in my message thing. Happy Mother's Day to all of you ladies. You're laughing at me? Why are you laughing? Because I have it in my message thing? You're laughing at me because I haven't watched it. I always have good intentions, you guys, but I have, like, I'm telling you, I am the I Live Lucy of my life. I get sidetracked with all my millions of things. You're addicted to Sonia's Steptoe from Australia. Oh, Donna, making a tag book. I'll show it to you. I'm sorry. We're talking about YouTube artists that we like, that we draw inspiration from, or they love. Oh, I love Crafty Irina. I love her. Okay, I haven't seen her videos in a long time, but what did I love that I watched of hers? I like her. She's so sweet. Oh, really? Her computer crashed? I'm going to have to watch Sonia. If you guys are saying how hilarious she is. Okay, this is what we're making. It is a tag book. Let me just show you really quick. I'll show you. For those of you that are new that just joined us, I'll show you our tag book that we're working on, or that I'm working on, that I hope you guys make. So it is just a book, just a plain book. And then what I did was I'm gluing some of the pages down, taking out some of them, and I'm just putting tags in, and I'm tying the pages so the pages themselves are not glued in. So this is a really super simple craft for anybody. Anybody can do this. It doesn't really take a lot of skill, as you can tell. And I'm putting, I made all these tags from these are just from recycled packaging. This is like a brown paper bag, a grocery bag on top of some magazine pages, and these are some jelly printed book pages that I jelly printed on, and the back of it is a pasta box, cereal box, whatever sort of cardboard I have. And so, what it isn't it looking cool though? It's like becoming like a French book. And then I'm thinking that I might, which I haven't done. I don't have any beads over here with me, or I do it today. Oh, I like Paper Addiction. I love her. I haven't seen her in a long time. Is she still making videos? I remember seeing like some eons ago, but I haven't seen her on in a while. Is she still? I like her. I love her accent, and I love the stuff that she makes. I love everything that she makes. Her materials are amazing. In fact, she's, I think, the reason I bought that Tim Holtz Tattered Florals die that I love. If you guys don't have one, I love that. But I'm definitely going to have to look at some. So this is what we're making. Okay, Donna. So what I did was I started here, and these are short pockets, right? And then as I got toward the middle of the book, or I made higher pockets because I wanted the fringes to be more, so the whole book is fringed. And now I'm going back, and I'm going back the opposite direction and making smaller pockets. Yeah. Oh, I love the reused muse. I love her. She's awesome. Her name's Wendy. I got a book from her, you guys. It's amazing. She and I traded books. It's amazing. I should make a video of all of that. I haven't done that in a while. She made me a really cool flow journal. She's awesome. She does some really cool challenges, Wendy. So if you guys go over to her channel and she does challenges and stuff. She does really cool. And I do love the Rebookery. I forgot about her. I haven't seen her in a while either. Has she done stuff? You know what's weird about YouTube is that sometimes it'll come up in your feed all the time and you can see them, and then I don't know what happens. It just doesn't. And then, so if you guys don't want to miss a live stream, when you go back onto my channel, click the bell thing right next to the video playing. The bell icon, that'll and hit notify me, and it'll notify you when I'm doing live streams again. She's responsible for you buying the same die. I know, right? I didn't. Okay, so before I even really started watching YouTube, I had bought a die cutting machine to make some recycled aluminum earrings. I told you guys I'm a fine jeweler. Okay, so like we were talking earlier, so when you make high-end jewelry, people don't want to pay for it. Like Dee was saying, like, welcome to the world of being a florist. How people don't want to pay for your work. So, we get lots of tourists here, and so I left my formal job about 2 years ago now, and I just needed a break, and I just threw myself back into making art because I used to make my living, and I raised my kids when I lived on the mainland. I made my living and raised my kids making art. That's how I made my living. But I'm also really good at business stuff too. So I worked my way up through a company and became a GM of a big art conglomerate, which I loved. But it's really stressful, and everyone's not always on the up and up. And I got myself really burned out. And my health started to suffer from it, and I had to just let go. So I came back to art, and that's when I really threw myself into book art, because the library was always throwing away books, and I have landfill issues, as I've explained to you guys a lot. So anyway, I bought myself a die cutting machine, and I started making aluminum can earrings and selling them at our local arts fairs, okay? Because I could charge $10 or $20 or whatever, $10 for a pair of earrings that didn't take me any time to make, and I could make mass quantities of them, and I could keep all those metal pieces from going into landfills. I've always made recycled art, though. I've always made some form of recycled art. I would have cut out the thing is that aluminum is terrible on your metalsmithing tools. Okay, you don't want to contaminate your metalsmithing tools using it on base metals, or I mean, you want to keep your metal on fine metals or aluminum. It contaminates, and if you get aluminum mixed in with your like on your files and that sort of stuff, it contaminates your solder. It does all kinds of not good stuff to your. So I'd never really worked with. I'd never really done anything with a die. I didn't even, honestly, I was so sheltered in my own life, I didn't even know about a die cutting machine, okay? So I bought myself one and I started making all these aluminum can earrings, and I sold them several years ago, all the time. And then I just got over it. Do you know how that, do you ever just like you're over it, you're just not doing it anymore? So then, I don't know how I came to, so I told you guys the story about my junk journals, how I came to making junk journals for my kids for their Christmas presents several years ago. And then because I had this die cutting machine that I had that I wasn't using anymore because I wasn't making any more aluminum can earrings, because I was just over it. I did well with them, but I don't know, I think I have a little ADD, and also too, it has to be fun for me or I don't want to do it anymore. So I let it go. And then I came to this paper crafting thing, and I made those junk journals with, I wish I had watched YouTube before I made those junk journals, because I probably would have made a much better one than the ones that they got, but they liked them just the same. And that's when I saw, after I came to YouTube, I saw that, what was the name, Paper Addiction? And then she talked about that die, and I had that die cutting machine that was just sitting there, and so I was like, I'm buying that die and make everything with that crazy die. I love that die. Okay, good. Yeah. I'll have to look her up, Lynn. Our journal junkie has great ideas, and Regen Creative. That sounds like an amazing name, Regen Creative. I will look them up. I will totally look them up. So, I'm entertaining for the first time in several years, going back to a job. And I don't know, we're going to see how it works out. I haven't made a decision or that I'm entertaining it. I will still continue to do my YouTubing and doing my paper crafting. I haven't found anything that has made me want to go back to making high-end jewelry. I have been making some, I'll have to show them to you guys. I don't have them close by, or I would. I have been making some sort of recycled beadwork. I'll have to show you. We'll definitely have to show you. Okay, how far are you on your book? Are you almost done with your book, Rose? Because my book is almost done. I don't have enough tags. I'm going to have to make some more tags, but at least I have enough paper to make it. And if I make this again, I think I might dye my own fabric. I think it might look better. Rinjay is from Norway or Sweden. Oh, wow. That sounds awesome. I'll have to look her up. Did you guys see there's like a guy that makes junk journals? I've seen his work. I can't think of his name, though. But somebody in one of my journaling groups was like, you're done with yours? How many pages did you do? You're done with your book. You made one just like mine and you're done with it already? Oh my gosh, I should be quiet and just like work. How many pages are in your book, Rose? Eileen McGinnis just started doing live streams, or maybe she's always done them, but I just got a notification in my box that she did one last week. Of course, the day she did it, I wasn't even around, which always I hate. You know, it's like I love watching it when people are doing it live. I am almost done, ladies. I am almost done. Are you guys almost done? Oh, you used your text block? Did you make this, or did you make your accordion file? I'm addicted to those accordion files, I have to say. I've made a bunch lately. I go through phases. Other thing I've been doing, has anybody else doing it, like an iCAD a day? Has anybody doing index card a day? I've been doing that too. will click my bell. Awesome, Pam. You can use henna to dye paper. Why not? Use it to dye your hair. Why not? It dyes your skin. You probably will have to, after you let it sit or whatever. You have to after you. Yeah, of course you could. You could use it to dye. You may have to. You may have to seal your paper though, Sherry. Like seal it with a white glue or something. You want to do an iCAD? I love them. You signed up for iCAD? Where did you sign up for iCAD? I didn't sign up for that. So many crafts. Too little time. I know, right? You use masking tape where I used fabric. Oh, awesome. You have 18 pockets? I don't know how many pockets I have. I can't wait to see yours. I bet yours is like way better. Like mine is just like a bunch of ridiculous fabric. Check out Mixed Media Jen. Okay, I'll look at her too. 18 pockets. Yours is rocking 18 pockets. Mine I don't think is 18 pockets. Okay, what did I do? Oh, I lose my mind. Okay, let's see. You dyed some paper with some leftover egg dye. I did that too. Hey, Phaedra! Happy Mother's Day! You love my pockets? Okay, Phaedra, you're the reason I'm making my own Mother's Day present, okay? I'm going to make myself a junk journal, and then I decided I'm making myself a tag book instead. I'm still going to make myself my own junk journal, but that's not something you can do in one sitting. You dyed fabric with avocado pits and skins. I haven't done that yet. Okay, how come I never see people using newspaper in your journals? Probably, Dr. Mom, because it's so thin that if you're going to paint or glue onto it, you'd have to reinforce it first. I mean, I've put newspaper in mine because especially if I'm sending it to somebody, because it is cool newspaper. Where I live, there's all kinds of weird things. Like, not weird, but they're not like. What was I gluing last week, girls? A tsunami warning guide. So I think that's why. I think it's just the consistency of the paper itself. Phaedra, did you have a happy Mother's Day? You did beet juice? I haven't done beet juice on my... You dyed your papers with beet juice, or you dyed fabric with beet juice? What did you dye with beet juice? I love... Yes, I think that whole natural dyeing thing is super cool. Who is the lady... There was a lady that was doing a whole bunch of videos like that. Paper you dye with beet juice? Oh, awesome. Guys, I think I'm just lazy. I mean, I dyed paper for some things. One of my kids made me the coolest thing. I'll have to find it. A lot of times newspaper will buckle when you add glue to them. That's true, Lynn. It takes a while to dry to be used. Okay, so there is an artist that I saw, but she's from another country, and she makes all of her art out of newspaper. Have you guys seen her? Somebody sent me, was it you, Dee, that sent me a thing about her, how she makes all of her artwork out of newspaper? Yes, I've glued newspaper to an art journal page. But I've used a book page or something of a heavier... I'm sorry, guys, I'm like having a moment trying to get my thing, my fabric through. But, it did have a book page was the base to it. I haven't really, okay, I have done some paper dyeing. I won't say I did it to the extent of some of you ladies, but it has to be for a specific project for me. Because to add extra heat to my house, it doesn't help. Wait, what? I was copying and pasting YouTube channels. Laugh out loud. You're so funny. Dr. Mom, I see napkins being used, so I thought newspaper would work too. It will work. And thin, but napkins, if they're using them for journaling pages, they're usually gluing them on top of something. They're not just gluing the napkin. I mean, they're not just using the napkin. You can glue it on top of something, but you need to, like, I use phone book pages, the yellow pages, but I glue it onto something. Like, I glue it onto a page, or the same with, like, dressmaking paper. I glue it onto a page. So, with that being said, you could, but I don't think that, like, just using it by itself, gluing it and gluing it by, I mean, just using it by itself as a single page in there, it may not hold up the way, the way, you have to make these pockets. Okay, this is my daughter was making fun of me. I wanted to make myself because of you, Phaedra. Phaedra made herself her own Mother's Day junk journal, and I have been hoarding those crazy garden books that I showed you. I was going to make myself one. I don't know what I'm going to put in it. Like, I have all kinds of stuff and papers, and I didn't collect my papers to put into it yet. So I wanted to I made one of these a million years ago with a different kind of book for a friend, and I made my tags for her. She is a watercolor artist, so I made them out of watercolor paper, and I made the book for her as like a travel journal, and then I gave her like a small travel set of watercolors and one of those water brushes, and I made it, and I didn't even take any pictures of it. Maybe she'll send me pictures of it. If she does, I'll show you guys at another time. But so I thought I would make one for myself. So mine's a little crazier than hers because hers, I used just muslin on hers. But so all it is just, it's so simple. You just glue a couple pages together like this. I'm working backwards now. And they're high in the middle, right? I did like 3 pages high in the middle, and then now I'm going back to the half pages. So 2 pages together, I'm going to take out to the end, so maybe I won't take out any more pages, I'll just fold it over. I was doing 2 pages in the middle, and then folding down 1 page as your gel pen exploded in your mouth. Oh my gosh, you live, okay, you guys are right about coffee dying and I didn't write it. Okay. Oh, awesome. You had all 4 of your kids, Phaedra? That's so awesome. That's awesome. Well, I had 2 of my 3. One of them had to work, and my partner has to work too. So I was telling them, I could have done anything. I could have, like, gotten sucked into my housework, could have gotten sucked into my other stuff, but instead I decided I wanted to spend my Mother's Day with you guys. I mean, that makes me happy. Oh no, black pin in your mouth, that's not good. That is like, that sounds like such me. We're laughing about my I Love Lucy moments because earlier I had my I Love Lucy with, my I Love Lucy moment with the margarine container. It makes a huge mess, margarine, and can I tell you definitely need gold glitter would have been good. Black, people are going to think something's wrong with you. So this is a super easy project. This would be fun to do with your grandkids. For all of you out there that love to craft with your grandkids. It's fun, and they can make their tags out of anything. Take a selfie, Diana. Everybody wants to see the black pen exploding in your mouth. Okay, wait. Let me write this. Wait. Thanks, Dee Dee. I found myself saying, you know what I mean, burn? You know what I mean, burn. Oh, I love that. Okay, you're writing about what you're dyeing papers with. Okay, I've used coffee and I've used tea. And Rit dye does work. And what did I have the other day that I thought, oh, this would be excellent to use? Because I can't even think. You can use all kinds of stuff. You're a rat, same as Laverne. Aww. You're so funny. You guys are so funny. So I have a few more tags to make. Did you already make all the tags for your journal too, Rose? Have you are you you're tagged and you've already done all the tags too? If you've done all the tags too, I'm gonna be like, oh, that is you guys are so funny. Shirley. Oh, you've got one, Laverne and Shirley, your rats? Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Well, I have a puppy and a kitty and a bunny. That's what we have in our house. Puppy, kitty, bunny. So did your kids get you some presents, Phaedra? Were they nice to you on Mother's Day? I hope. I love Laverne and Shirley. I used to love watching them. You had a box full of tags? See, Rose, you're like way more prepared than me. Like, I have no. Yes, the other half is Lucy. Like, I am the I Love Lucy. My new puppy is so awesome. Can I tell you guys, she's so sweet. But she, like, this morning at like 5 o'clock in the morning. So, have you guys ever had a dog that likes to sleep under the covers with you? Our puppy's name is Charlie. It's a girl. And she is a whippet. We thought she was originally. Anyway, somebody was running in front of our house this morning, and the dog is under the covers with me and my partner, and she's barking. She's standing up, but she's completely under the covers, barking at them. Laverne and Shirley lived in Milwaukee, didn't they? Milwaukee, Wisconsin? Am I wrong? You will be a tag making robot. Dee got herself her own Mother's Day present. She got herself her big shot. Your dog is under the covers. I've never had a dog she likes to sleep totally under the covers, like head and all. Awesome. What are you girls sitting back and forth? You're sitting die to each other. Awesome. The beer factory, right? No, I thought was it a beer factory or was it a soda pop factory? I don't remember. Okay, I think I have one more tag to go, and then I have a few pages to decide what I'm going to do with it, and then I have to decide what I'm going to do with the cover. But I don't have to do it this very minute. I'm actually liking the way it came out. Phaedra, aren't you a doll maker? Don't you make dolls? Or am I like thinking of something different? Dolls are my other thing. Okay, I don't really know how to make dolls. I've made a few my own way. Best beer tastes great wherever you go. I gotta know Blatt's beer. I don't think we. What other beer would we get from Milwaukee? Because I haven't ever had Blatt's beer. Milwaukee is the beer capital. Okay. Okay, what do you guys think? It is full on fringed. I have enough to do, like, let's see. I left 2 pages in the back because I don't know what I'm going to do with them. They were very nice to me. How about you? You know what? My kids, my little one made me cards, and my oldest one asked me what I wanted. I said nothing. Except a cup of tea, because I think she was going to make me a cup of tea. And my middle one, who's obsessed, she has to be a gift giver, is obsessed with getting me something, and she asked me what I wanted, and I said glue, and she did not like that. She did not like that I said glue. I said it's $25 worth of glue from Amazon, and she still thought it was ridiculous. She wanted to buy me, like, I don't know, a dress or something, but I was like, no, glue was good. I got a scoreboard. That's what I got. My partner bought me a Martha Stewart scoreboard. That's what. You know what it is? I think he had bought it for me a while ago and was waiting. But I needed a scoreboard, and I was telling him when I was making those books that I needed a scoreboard, and he made me. Sherry, you're from Winnipeg. I love Winnipeg. I've been there a million times. You love my book? You'll make one this week? Oh, awesome. You should make one, definitely. Having my English tea. My daughter did make me a cup of tea. I needed a cup of tea. So I've left a few of the pages in the front. I don't know what I'm going to do, and I don't know if I'm going to go back and paint them, or I definitely need more tags, and I need to decide what I'm going to do on my tags. If I'm going to do I was thinking of doing some beading hanging off. What do you guys think? So the beading would, the bead, and then I have to figure out a closure for it, because it looks like it's going to be like a big fat book. So I think that, this Whippet, I told you we thought our dog was a greyhound, but our part greyhound, part Chihuahua, but she's a Whippet. Found out she's a Whippet. So I think that's part of the greyhound family. She likes to sleep with her head completely buried under the covers, and she's like hysterical. So my daughter sees the other day, she hears the dog barking, and she can't find, yes, Dangles everywhere. I was thinking that too. We can't find the dog, and the dog is standing up in the bed with the covers over her head, barking. Like, she can't even see what she's barking at. We all just had to laugh. She's so cute. Yes, dangles everywhere. You love dangles? I like dangles too. I will do some beading hanging off. If I could find it, let me see if I can find some of the beads here. I could do a few. I could do a few of them. Let me look while you girls chat with each other. Okay, what kind of dolls have I made? I made my mermaid. I made my own pattern. I made a mermaid, and I made some cats. One of my kids is really into cats. I made some crazy soft monkeys, like I'm sure everybody's had made. What have I made? When my oldest daughter was little, I used to make folk art looking dolls, just out of like muslin and you know, tea dyed or coffee dyed muslin, and they didn't have a face. They were just, clothes, and I would make their clothes out of like ratty dish towels. Like you find those beautiful dish towels in the South, where I'm from in Texas, and I'm sure you find them everywhere, but where someone's grandmother has embroidered or tatted on them, and I would find some that they were throwing out and make that. I don't have any doorknobs either. How much is a cuddle bug? You can probably get one for $30, between $30 to $40. That's my guess. I think that's what my guess is. I'm not 100% sure, Sherry, but they're not. You know what? Before, I don't know. Do you guys have like a Craigslist? And let me see if I can find some beading stuff. Do you guys have a Craigslist in Winnipeg? If you have Craigslist, before I would buy anything brand new these days, I would so look and see if you can find it on like a used, because 9 times out of 10, at least with these heavier duty die cutting machines, they're still in perfectly good shape, and most of the die, I've bought many dies used, and they're in good shape. All right, give me a second, ladies. I'm gonna see if I have beads behind me. Let me see if I can grab a bag of beads, and if I can grab a bag of beads, I will put a few bead dangles on so we can see what it looks like. So you guys chat with each other. Go to the hardware store and get a drawer pull. That I could put on my wish list. I haven't looked for a drawer pull. Sorry, guys, my chair's making noise, and I have a box of fabric behind me. I'll show you my I will show you a couple things that I got for Mother's Day that they gave them to me early, so I'll show them to you. They're like probably not what everybody else would want for Mother's Day, but I loved it. Give me a minute. Let me see if I can find some beads and some tools. I saw some earlier. I am looking. Found some beads and wire. I need a pair of pliers. Heather, do you have a pair of pliers anywhere near you? just looking for a pair of pliers. What is it, pup? They're okay. Don't bark. You're good. Okay, girls, I'm coming. I found a. You went through and subscribed to all the names on the list. Awesome. I'm not even going to show you guys my mess, but oh, let me see. I've got my. Just gotta see if I have a pair of pliers in here. I have a few. Oh, there's pliers sitting right next to me. Oh, pliers and some chain. I have all kinds of crazy beads. When I tell you girls I have beads, I seriously have beads. I probably have, I want to try to use the ones that are like not, now the question is if I can find some wire. That is the question. If I can find some wire. So for a while I was making these crazy feather ear cuffs. I've made all, you guys, I've made the most ridiculous stuff. If I showed you guys, you would laugh. Let me just see what kind of beads I have that are, I have, and these are like tubs of beads. They're not even like sorted beads. These are like ridiculousness beads. Just looking to see if I could find any, but I had, when I used to make these like ear cuffs, because they are really, those won't even be expensive beads. Those will be like these beads are coconut beads, and I have like a bag of cheap beads. Then I have really expensive beads. So there you go. You have your cheap beads, you have your expensive beads, you have all of the in between. I'm going to have to pick through that and see what I have. They were all thrown in a box, which I don't advise. Never do this. It is like the worst thing ever. You just throw them all in a box. But I used to bead on a huge tray. And then I haven't beaded in a long time. And then I had all my stuff. I told you guys I had a studio all set up, and then I ebb and flow. I think I have a little ADD going on. Like I love it for a little bit, and then I let it go for a little while, and then I come back to it. You're right about one thing, like when it does become like a lot of work, when you're like depending upon it for an income, it can get out of hand and be a little stressful. But if you're doing it like this, where it's just fun, then it's all good. Let me see if I can find, okay, I have a pile of beads right there that I like, but they're all tangled together with some chain, and let me see if I can find some wire. That's what I was looking for. Can't. What are you guys writing? Index cards are a good idea. Okay, let's see. Let me see. What did you guys write? Dr. Mom. What are you interested in? Okay. Junk journals are really fun and easy. An altered book is this altered book project was so easy and cheap. Yes, because you can get lots of free books. And you're right, you can try every possible technique on a index card. You love vintage anything? You want to make everything? Me too. So just pick one thing. Oh my gosh, you're so funny, Dee. That is. Oh my gosh, you guys are so funny. Okay, I am looking for some wire. Let me see. Looking for some wire. The problem with really tiny beads is you need thin wire, which I found. Yay! You can't, and you put everything out on a beading tray and not have all of it like I'm showing you guys here. Should have it on a beading tray. You should have it all where you don't make a big old mess like me. These somebody sent me those recently. And I got some really cool glass beads. Somebody gave me a whole bag of these. I'll show you those. Those are kind of cool. A little bit heavy, but they might work too. Okay, let me see what I can pull out of here. Let's see if I can find I'm gonna find a craft tub lid because that'll be the best thing to bead on. Let me find a craft tub lid. Sorry, ladies, I'm making so much noise with my chair. I'll do a craft tub lid full of beads, which will be great. And I'm gonna clean off all the other stuff, and I can pick some colors. I have some cool glass beads. The problem with glass beads is they're really heavy. So if the tags aren't really substantial, they are going to, if the tags aren't substantial, they'll weigh them down. Seed beads are probably good. And I have some vintage chain, and I have some bags. So this is what I mean. People would give me all kinds of ridiculous stuff, and so I have baggies of it, you know. And so this might be perfect project to use. Like, who would ever wear these earrings? Somebody gave them to me. I mean, I have the most bizarre stuff, you guys. So, and these are coconut beads, which I really like these. These are very lightweight. The glass beads are nice, but they're going to be heavy. Okay, let me get a couple of tags. Okay, I'm liking the colors here. So this color goes with it. Let's see, this color goes with it. What do you guys, you just ended up sitting and watching like tonight. Well, next time, Friday, we're going to make along. So if you're around on Friday and you want to join in, do it. Like, we're going to make an altered book. All you have to do is bring yourself a book, okay? Bring yourself a book and, some glue, a book, whatever, some paint if you want to paint your book, a stamp. I'm going to do some stamping. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a preview of it during the week. So I'll show you. Oh, and here's some other wire. This might even be thinner. Looks like I'm beaded up. But I like these sparkly ones. Yeah, will these go with the colors? Yeah, that'll look nice too. So these are all broken necklaces. Let me see what you guys are writing. Dr. Mom, you have a hard time crafting and chatting at the same time. I can't craft and chat at the same time, you guys. It's not easy. It's not easy to craft along and chat. But I'm glad you girls are here with me chatting and crafting along. So it's not easy. So you do what you can. You know, you just hang out and do what you can. You don't have to it doesn't have to be perfect. And it's by no means, there's no rule to it. Will you do me a favor? Will you hand me a coffee can lid or something like that? I need something to put these beads in. Yes, Diana's daughter's getting married. Isn't that cool? And she's making the flowers for her daughter's wedding. Do you like Cynthia Lou Who too? I don't know if I've seen Cynthia Lou Who. Does she make junk journals? Okay, I'm going to put this on. Okay, if you don't have a beading tray, you can use a lid of any recycled jar. And I'm just going to get some beads out here that I like because I've got strings of them and I've got bags of them. And I like these too. So, when you go on vacation, especially if you go somewhere and you want to do beading, and you can buy the cheapest jewelry. You can buy jewelry and things for hardly anything. Generally, of course, most of it is made in China, but, we can't get around that now. It's just how life is these days. I'm going to make, what are you guys writing? Al John has a Dee is sharing with all of you that Al John has a build your stash and craft playlist that she's adding to all the time. Awesome, I'll have to look that up. You know what? I agree with you. You do it in stages. You don't have to be doing it. There's no it's not a competition, okay? It's about fun. Okay, so I just have to decide. Let me get a couple of my tags out. Alright, let's see what I'm going to do. Let me see if I'm going to use that one. So I just happen to have a lot of supplies because, as I told you guys, I was a studio jeweler. And I have all kinds of ridiculous, weird supplies like spools of spools of spools of wire, and I also have like spools of I have spools of wire, and then I also have spools of vintage chain, which obviously most people don't have. Okay, and I would never expect you to. But you can use anything. You can buy really cheap craft wire at any craft store, even a big box store is going to have it. The key is you want to make sure that it's small enough to go through your beads, whatever beads you're choosing to use. And that's generally the hard part of most of the beading for most people. So I'm just letting you guys know. Okay, so the first thing you want to do, if you guys want to learn how to make a wire wrap, or what I call a pigtail, okay, you want to take your wire and you want to, this is the part that you're going to stick through your tag or stick through your stuff. You want to make it look like this. I don't know, can you see it? See if I can find some paper to put underneath it so you can see it. Bend it around your pliers so it looks like this. Use your fingers as a tool. That's always the best tool because your fingers won't mark it up. Can you see it? I can't even see if it's such a delay. I can't see if I'm holding it in the right place. Okay. So that is the part that you are going to put through your tag. Okay. So you want to make sure your hole's big enough to, the hole for your, is big enough to go through your tag. Okay, so it's going to look like this. Can't even tell if it's on the, if I'm in the frame yet or not. Okay. Here, let me put the paper underneath it. Can you guys see it now? Okay, and then you're just going to go ahead and you're going to take your fingers and you're going to use your fingers first and wrap the wire. Now, I wouldn't make this perfect because I would like the rustic handmade look of it, but you know, you can do it any way you'd like. And I'm going to use my finger. I'm going to hold the loop part still, and I'm going to use my finger just to wrap the wire around the other long piece, the shorter piece around the longer piece. Okay? And then, guys, this is what happens when you, I have really got to get myself organized. I don't have my stuff, so it's like, I have part of my stuff. I need a pair of flat nose pliers, and I don't have those, but those are the best. But I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to try to make it perfect because I can't. I can't even bend the wire back. Anyway, never mind. You guys won't know the difference. Only I will. So I'm just going to go for it and do it really rustic because it's just a tag out of a journal. And it's going to be my gratitude tag. And it does not have to be perfect. I want to go see that movie Hidden Figures, so I think that's awesome. You know, that somebody mentioned that. I've been wanting to see it. Cindy Lou Who is a jewelry artist. Oh, also. Oh, cool. I'll have to look her up. Guys, I don't usually watch anybody that makes jewelry because I'm like so over it myself, if you know what I mean. I am so over it. So I'm just making sure my wire is wrapped around onto itself so that it, and since I don't have any flat nose pliers, it's a little bit more challenging just doing the end part with your finger, but it can be done. Okay, far from perfect, rustic looking, but will serve the purpose to hang off the end of my tag. So now I've wrapped the whole thing. Can you see it? Not a good job, but a job. But it doesn't really matter. Now I'm going to string my beads. And they can be in a bunch of different orders. So I'm just going to string a few beads. What do you guys, I should do the same. What are you guys saying? I can't even read it. You use YouTube like you use Pinterest? Oh, that's great. Gratitude that I can let some things be imperfect. Absolutely. You know what? I gotta let it go. I just want to make a few of them to see what it's going to look like. I have got to let it go. If I don't let it go, it's like, that's ridiculous. I have to. Now would be a good time if you saved any feathers or anything like that. You could use that for this as well, which I think that would look cool. I don't have anything like that around me, but if I did, I would put a few feathers in there. I might put a couple of feathers. You could put some. This is where you could use your Crazy Charms rose, the ones that you made that I love, those CD charms. You could put those on there. That would be super awesome too if you put some CD charms on there. Okay, guys, my eyesight is like so bad these days. Does anybody else have eyesight issues? I'm gonna say, oh no, my eyes are perfect, right? That's what I'm gonna say. I'm grateful for my sight. My eyes are perfect. Okay, this is what I have so far. Okay, can you guys, let me put my page up so you guys can see it. This is what I have so far. Got my tag. I'm done my wire wrapping. I added 3 little beads, and I added another pigtail at the end, and I'm gonna add another bead at the end. I just don't know what yet. I want it to dangle out of my journal, so let me see how much room do I need. It needs some more room than this, because otherwise it won't dangle. Why can't you be brave enough? You guys are here with me, and it doesn't matter. So what if I don't do it right? What are you guys gonna what are you guys gonna do? You know? You just go away. If you don't like it, you just go away. Like, I love how some people really complain about people who do live streams and say different things, and I think to myself, well, then turn it off. Like, who cares? You don't have to be with them. Just turn it off, right? You shouldn't be intimidated by it. You should just enjoy it. I was just looking to see if I had any. These are all like precious stones, like coral and pearls, and I'm not going to use those on my journal. I'd rather use the really inexpensive beads, but I was looking to see if I had a bead that I was looking to see if I had like a teardrop shaped bead that I could use. Some of these are actually natural gemstones, but that's just what I have, so it's just how it's going to have to be. So let me see if I want to add anything. What else do I want to add to this? So this is how you would do one like that has a hole in the center of it. Like, you guys see it? Put your wire through and wrap it like that. I'll have to do a wire wrapping thing another time where you guys can really see it. I'll have to make sure the lighting's really good and do it up super close so you can see it. I can't read what you girls are saying. I know, right? Well, I'll show it for you, Dee. You do a great live stream. She makes beautiful things, you guys. Diana is modest. She makes amazingly beautiful. She is a perfectionist, so her things are just, they're really perfect. She made the most beautiful sunflower journal. I don't know what we were making, but she was making something and I was making the same thing, and then she sent me pictures of hers, and hers was like 50 times better than mine. Okay? So she does really cool stuff. Maybe I'll put another, let me see what kind of beads I have. She makes really beautiful, 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 beautiful things. Oh my gosh, you guys, she did this bridal shower and she made paper teacups. They were just gorgeous. She made these like beautiful little paper teacups, and then she made Dee, what else did you make? You made paper teacups, and she made like frames and paper teacups, and she did some really cool stuff. It was like amazing. I really liked it a lot. Did your daughter like it all, I hope? I hope your daughter loved it because it was really beautiful. She made paper candelabras, and she made paper teacups and candelabras. And what else did you make, Dee? She made roses and I don't know, all kinds of beautiful things. It was so nice. It was like above and beyond for a bridal shower. Like totally handmade. So I would show up for your live stream, Diana, but you know that. Alright, this is going to be my first dangle. I just want to see if I put enough beads on it. Let's see. Beading is great when you have good eyesight. When your eyesight is gone somewhere else, it is not as easy. And when you don't have all your tools, it's even less. But this will be good enough for right now, and we will see how it comes out. So, what are you guys saying? I'm missing all of it. I can't bead and talk at the same time, I guess. Okay, here's one. One dangle down. I should probably do like two at least, right? So one dangle, there's one dangle hanging out. I should do two or three. I need to do something faster. Let me figure it out. Alright, girls, chat me up. Tell me you may. Where did you go? You'll show up too? Awesome, Kat. I think it's great. Come on Friday. We're going to do our live stream on Friday. And then maybe Diana by then will be brave enough and do her own live stream. And then we'll show up to your live stream 2D. So you have to just let us know when your live stream is and we'll show up. Because we want to support you 100%. Absolutely. All the time. Right? And so I'm game for that. I am so game to like show up and support you and whatever you do. I would love that. No pressure, Diana. No pressure now. No pressure. No pressure. So if you guys have a bunch of seed beads that you haven't used, this is a good project for them. This is definitely a good project for your seed beads that you haven't used. And beading on these tags, I think they'll end up looking really cool. And the next time I do it, if I do it again, I will be more organized and have my stuff a little bit more organized. I wasn't planning on beading, so. We'll all come and support you. There you go. Diana, everybody would have loved to have learned how to make half the things that you did for your daughter's shower. It was amazing. She did such cool stuff, you guys. I really wish she would pipe up and tell you all the things that she made. She made some beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stuff. Like very impressive, like beautiful stuff. Like you would be like, wow, that was like over the top amazing. So I loved it. So I will check out, hopefully one of you guys made a list of all those YouTube ladies, because I will totally check them out. Man, it happened as fast. And I'm going to use it like you think. Kat, that's a great thing. To use it like Pinterest, I think that's great. So what did you guys call Pinterest? Electronic hoarding. So YouTube could be the same thing, I guess. The problem with me is I'll watch a video and I'll really like that one I watch, but I won't remember like what I want. Like I won't remember it. Awesome, Kat. We would love to have you. We would love to have you anytime you decide to come. Right now I'm doing live streams on Fridays. at 3 o'clock my time, which is 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Diana says I should do it earlier, so I could probably do it earlier on Fridays. Hawaii doesn't do daylight savings time, so our time never changes, but you guys, your times always change. So we don't do daylight savings time, so sometimes it's hard for me like to know like where you wait. If you guys ever live on an island, you'll be like me. I'll be like, okay, completely forgot all of that. That was like, you know. So I'm just going to make some quick beading components so that I have something to hang off of my journal. Off my journals really quick. Make a couple of cool little bits and pieces for this journaling charm, and then let's see. You know, you could also make paper beads and use it too if you guys are into paper beads. I know a lot of people love paper beads. I like making paper beads too. I probably have some somewhere on my desk here. I enjoy them a lot too. Does anybody make paper beads? It's 1 p.m. in New Zealand? Awesome. Does anybody like to make paper beads? Is anybody a paper beader? I like making paper beads. It's 1:30 a.m. Where are you? Where are you, Dr. Mom? I can't wait to see when you make your videos, Dee. Okay, I'm just pigtailing the wire. I should be telling you guys what I'm doing, but next time I'll try to zoom it in. I'm pigtailing the wire on the tag, right? And then I'm gonna hang some components off that dangle. But because I wasn't prepared for it, I don't have any head pins, so in other words, they all have to. I probably have head pins, I just don't know where they are. I'm sure I do. What did you guys say? It's 12:30 in Ohio. So where are you? Where it'd be 1:30? You've never tried making paper beads? Oh my gosh, that is addictive. What's fun about it is you can make them out of all the pieces that you don't want to throw away. Hey, I'm up for a collab. You know me, I'll collab anytime. Okay, I'm only gonna do maybe 2 more of these, and then so you girls don't have to like sit here in the ethers. Paper beads, yes, awesome. Okay, so maybe we can do that. Maybe we can add some paper beads to our book thing on Friday. Maybe I'll figure out some sort of fun embellishments for us to add to our paper beads. These are just some cheap beads that I got at, we have all these like made in, my head can't think. Made in the Philippine stores here. And when I used to make these ear cuffs, which if I find them, I'll show them to you. Let's see, that's like tacky, but that'll look good. It'll be tacky. When we had these made in we have these lots of made in the Philippine stores here, and when we had, is this too bright for this? Anyway, so sometimes people would want these ear cuffs, and everybody wants stuff from the Hawaiian Islands. The problem is this. Because of the amount of tourists that come here and the weather pattern changing, if there's a lot of storms, you'll find seashells. But if there's no storms, you won't find seashells. So you just have to kind of go with like whatever it is. You can't like judge it. Like you have to. So I would buy these strands of mother of pearl. Now you would never find a piece of mother of pearl. It's the inside of a shell. You would never find that on a beach. I mean, you could find the inside of a shell, but it wouldn't be cut in a way to be a. a bead. These might be too tacky. I don't know. I can't really tell yet. But they're too thin is what they are. I need like... I need something I don't have. It always seems like that's what it is with me. I always need something I don't have. Or I have it, but I just don't have it in front of me. Maybe I'll use this. I don't know, it's like an end one too. I can use that on an end. Actually... What kind of music do you guys like to listen to when you craft? Can any one of you guys tell me? What do you guys listen to? What kind of music? I usually end up having some television show on because my crafting room is in my dining room, so I don't have the TV part. We can be Lucy and Ethel. I am totally Lucy. I would love not to be Lucy, but I just am. I just gotta live with it. I'm sure Lucy is grateful that somebody is carrying on her tradition of slapstick comedy, and I imagine her daily life was pretty comical as well. What was I gonna say? So, what do you guys listen to? What music? I mean, I love to listen to music. My 10-year-old has got an iPod, so we all are listening to it. You love watching me bead? I'm sorry. Am I driving you crazy? I hate to go, but I need to go to sleep. Good night, Phaedra. It's big hugs. See you on Friday. I hope you can come on Friday. Join us on Friday. And hopefully by then I'll have finished beading my journal, and I can show you the end result of the Phaedra-inspired Mother's Day journal. And anyway, big hugs to you, Phaedra. I'm so glad you... Yes, paper beads. Okay, we'll do paper beads. Oh, good night, Rose. I'll see you on Friday, hopefully. Okay, we'll do some paper beads on Friday, too. Kat, you listen to 50s and 60s rock? I love 50s and 60s music. Good night, Rose. I hope you have a great day at work tomorrow. I hope that you have a stellar, stellar day. Night, Lynn. Good night, Phaedra. Big hugs to you. Maybe I'll see you on Friday. And if I can think of it, if I can find one of my dolls, I'll bring it, and then you guys can laugh. Bye, Rose. Okay, I'm going to make one more. I think I'm going to make one more journaling charm, and then we can kind of get the whole idea of what it's going to look like outside of it, and then I'll chat with you girls a few more minutes before I... Okay, so this is what it's looking like so far. What are you guys thinking? I mean, I don't know if you can really tell. I gotta work on the cover now. It looks grunge. You have a playlist on Spotify? Ooh, I need that. I need a playlist on Spotify. Okay, I need to probably make a few more. I need to do a few more beads hanging out. I need to do it longer so that they dangle out farther, yeah? It's gonna be kind of cool. Are you going to bed too now, Dee? Or are you staying up with me? Are you partying with me like it's 1999? Night, Phaedra. See you on Friday, I hope. Okay, I'm gonna do... Let me see if I can do 2 more tags. I'll see if I can make something faster, bigger, so we get the better idea. I could do some fabric strips on the outside. The fabric strips would be, I mean, it has to hang off the tags. You know, it's like really what's going to come off the tags I can. What do you think? I need that too? You don't think my dangles are enough? I may have to make my dangles more elaborate. That's the only thing I'm thinking. Like maybe? Guys have any input? Put it out there so I can work with it as I'm doing this. You haven't used Spotify, you're still on Pandora? Hey, whatever works for you guys. Pandora, Spotify, all of it. It's the same. So my 19-year-old gave my 10-year-old her iPod. So my 25-year-old spent a whole afternoon downloading music that we love on it. So can you guess what, and music that she would like to, like current music as well. But guess what her favorite is right now? The Beach Boys. My 25-year-old, when she was younger, she used to go to a school that had a farm, and they would take this really long bus ride a couple times a year, and when they got to the farm, they would stay a week or 2 weeks or however long it was, and they had nothing, no television, no nothing, and so, and the long bus ride was long, so I had, back then it was CD players for a while, and then iPods, and so I remember when she went for the first time, made her all sorts of, I made her all sorts of, put all sorts of music on hers that I liked. Like all sorts of things, like Fleetwood Mac, James Taylor, Annie Lennox, I mean, all kinds of stuff. And so she put all that on my daughters. Isn't that fun? So she's like, I put all the music I like, and put all kinds of country music, because at that point in time I loved lots. I love all kinds of music, with the exception of super heavy metal. I like everything. So, okay, I'm having a moment here. I cannot get this thing open. I don't know where my razor blade is. I'm in mess here. You think I should put, Diana, you think I should put, what did you write about the tags? Are you thinking beads on every tag? Dr. Mama, I don't even know what I'm thinking. I mean, you're going to be up a while till Fatterson decides to quit prowling around town. Oh my gosh, Diana, so we don't ever let our cat out? I love Bruno Mars. Yes, I think she put some of that on there. Of course she put new stuff on there. She put Lady Gaga and Sia and all kinds of fun, and Bruno Mars and some others. I'm sure she put all the current things, but it was very funny that she put, we didn't even discuss it. She just put it on there, but it was very funny because riding to school, she likes to listen to the Beach Boys. Yes, I love all of that. Country, pop, all of it. I like all of that. I'm just not a big heavy metal fan. I mean, I know there's some people that are just really into that. I'm not. Never have been. Having a hard time getting my beads open, ladies. Sorry. So, what's your cat's name again, Diana? Fatterson what? What do you call him? Fatterson. So that's such a funny name. Awesome. Good for you. You know what else would look good, but I don't have any. I haven't made any in a while. It's my crazy journaling charms from. Yay! Finally got it open. Sorry, guys. Took me a. I think these are gonna look good, and I'm gonna put a big quartz crystal on the end of them. So next week on Friday we'll make our altered book. We'll do our altered book, and we will do we'll gut a bunch of books. So if you guys want to ever learn how to gut a book, get a couple of books that you want to, gutting a book, we'll take the whole book block out. We'll do it on a couple of them, and then we will also make our altered painting glue book journal. And what you need is, you could use copy paper. You need, bring a rubber stamp of some kind, like one that you would like to do a border with. Some spray ink if you want to use it. Some acrylic paint. A permanent glue stick. Okay, that is mandatory. A pair of scissors or a mat knife. A permanent glue stick. You definitely need permanent glue. And then you need your paper, and you need your paper, like whatever you're going to put inside. If you think you're going to paint or draw on pattern paper, that's fine. If you think you want to paint or draw on, we're not going to actually paint or draw on the paper, but it's just for you to use in the future. Okay, so if you want to paint or draw on pattern paper, you want to bring your pattern paper. If you think you want to paint or draw on watercolor paper, I suggest you make it like eclectic, like put a few different things in there. So you definitely need that. So like any sort of paper like that, stuff that you would either draw on, watercolor on, glue on. And yes, we can make tassels. I can show you how to make tassels. Yes, we can make tassels too. That I could do on this. I could put some fabric tassels on them too. Anyway, so yes to that. That would be awesome. And then you need a pair of scissors. The permanent glue stick is the only real mandatory. I mean, you definitely need a cutting tool, but the permanent glue stick is the only mandatory glue that I would say. I mean, wet glue would be great if you wanted to Mod Podge if you feel like you want to get that far into it. Um, we can do a napkin decoupage if anybody would like to. Oohoo is a perfect glue stick, Dr. Mom. That's a perfect glue stick. You cannot get that here. I have to like order mine on Amazon, and that's a whole nother thing. So, you have to have that, and that's the absolute mandatory thing that you need for the thing on Friday, primarily because you're gluing. If you're gonna go back and draw, or if you're gonna go back and draw on your paper, like you're gonna go back and you're gonna use this paper as like drawing paper, you want to make sure it's stuck in your journal. You want to make sure you can use a cheap school glue, but can I tell you, it will be heartbreaking if you've spent all this time drawing on the pages and it falls out. Yes, tassels are easy. I love making tassels. So that is really what you need. I mean, it just depends upon how far you want to go with it. I made one last night. It took me about an hour, but I was watching a television show. It took me an hour from beginning to end. Okay, so I'm going to make another one tomorrow. I did it with a really small book, so it depends upon how fat your book is. You know? So if you want, I suggest you find yourself any sort of hardback book that's like, this is for the sketchbook. It's not for the altered book where you're taking your book block out, but for your sketchbook, you want to take out you want to have enough pages to, you don't want to make it so fat that you spend your whole time cutting all the pages out. You want to have a finished product, is what I mean. I'm sorry. I'm trying to bead and whatever. This is my last beading one. I won't make you guys watch this anymore. Like, driving myself crazy because my light's terrible. My light is bad for beading. Let me see if I can. Okay, let's see. I wanted to do just one of these. Maybe I can bead something else off the end of it. So that's all. I can't read what you guys are writing. I can't read and bead. I can't read and bead. Thanks for hanging in there with me, you guys. I've really enjoyed your company. I hope you guys all have a wonderful Mother's Day. And I hope you make yourself something. Go back and make yourself something for Mother's Day and that sort of thing. I am going to put one dangle on the end of this. I just have to find one. And maybe I'll work on this tomorrow a little bit with all my beading and see what comes. See if something cool comes for the beading. The hard thing about natural gemstones is they're very, very, very heavy. So if you want to use natural gemstones in your beading, I don't discourage you from doing it, but they're heavy. Natural stones are heavy. Oh, are they? You guys are so funny. Oh my gosh, I hope he's okay too, Diana. I like Ed Sheeran. I like his songs. They get stuck in my head though. Does that happen to you guys too? Can you imagine being Ed Sheeran? He'd be like, I don't want to hear that song anymore. I'm a little sick of that song. Could you guys not sing that song? Okay, this is my last one. I'm almost done with this one. Then we'll kind of have a look at it. Then I'll self-evaluate and see. I'll self-evaluate tomorrow and see if what I want to add to it and how I want to finish it. And I do have to make some sort of dinner. I don't know what I'm going to cook, but I gotta be making some dinner soon. Okay. Here are my beaded, my 3 beaded, and imagine it's going to have a whole lot of them, so there would be a lot of beaded charms hanging out. So what do you guys think? You vote for the beaded charms? Can you see them? I think it kind of looks cool. I need to look and see what I've got in my stash and see what I can do to make. I could put some, I don't know. Anyway, that's what it is so far. It's got these little beaded bits on it. What do you think? Because when you hold the book straight up, like if you're holding the book straight up, it's gonna hang off. They're gonna hang this way like this, but they're gonna hang down this way like that. I don't know how to display it so you can see it without tilting them. But I'm gonna like it, I think. I think I will enjoy it as a gratitude journal. I just have to decide if I'm gonna do anything else different to the cover, and I have to decide if I'm gonna add any extra bits and pieces. Yeah, and if I had a whole bunch more, because I mean, it's going to be pretty chock-a-block full. I agree with you, Ash. You like them, Trish? Awesome. Well, I will finish it. Well, my dear ladies, my dear friends, thank you for being with me on Mother's Day. You made my day. I have to tell you, it's been so awesome. So, so, so awesome. And I'm so grateful. I'm really, really, really grateful for, I'm glad I'm making a gratitude journal, and one of my gratitude tags will definitely say, I'm grateful for the time you all spend with me. I'm so appreciative. And I hope I see you guys on Friday. Make sure you hit that bell next to my channel if you wanna hang on Friday. I may start a little bit earlier. If I do, it'll be an hour earlier, which would be 2 o'clock, but I'll be on for a while, so jump in whenever you want. Bring your books, your mat knives. I will also make a Happy Mother's Day, Trish. Happy Mother's Day, Dr. Mom and Ash and Dee and all the ladies, all of you on there here that I haven't spoken up because I know you're here. Anyway, ladies, close your eyes for 1 second. I'm going to send you guys a really big hug. Can you just close your eyes and then tell me when you feel it? And as always, from my heart to your heart, ladies, I am sending you so, so, so much aloha. And I appreciate you so much. And you're headed to Penn. You're so funny, Diana. I love you. I hope you guys come back on Friday. Kat, thank you for joining us. And my arms are around each and every one of you. My sisterhood of journaling and crafting frenzy. And as always, from my heart to your heart, I'm sending you so much aloha. So until Friday, and I hope you have a great week, Ash. I hope you get some sleep, okay? I hope everything works out, and I hope you feel better. All right, ladies, big hugs, big, 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 huge hugs, and hopefully I'll finish my journal by then. All right, aloha.